5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team Lion.
All right, we've had a lot of lead up to this series, but it's finally time to actually see where the draft will take us between Winstrike and Team Unique. Again, these two teams, every single game is must win, yada, yada, yada. But like, seriously, Unique really need to get this victory if they hope to be, you know, going to the major, going to TI. You can't afford to be losing against some teams that have just recently been promoted and haven't been able to play against the best teams like Virtus.Pro yet.
Reaching the choir cat. I got a lot of respect for squads in this situation. Spent pretty much my entire professional career in a similar sort of limbo where, you know, you're not the if doomed, you don't really care. The downside is, of course, that
where afterwards he's going to be working on something big. Someone's a bit of stun, bit of control. I'm always a fan of Jara. I like both these teams do rock the Jara copter. Yeah, just something that's going to be able to bring the fight, especially those first two levels of reincarnation, the 6 and the 12 at that point of the game, where you're going to be able to maybe poke the reincarnate out of him and have cooldowns ready to go for a second team fight before he's going to be able to rely on his ult and he feels confident or has the items to turn up against you.
I always like making sure that I have team fight damage that lasts. So Death Prophet Exorcism, Monkey King, Wukong's Command, where it doesn't matter if I have to go through 2 lives, he comes back in that second life. He's still on my ultimate.
Yeah. I like the bans too. I guess Winstrike's telling us themselves, like Lifestealer, 1-to-1. I think part of why we see it so often is like you just stick to the Wraith King, right? Not quite the same as a Monkey King with Wukong's down, but definitely a nice setup. Timber and Deuce, same deal, just like lasting damage. Deuce, I guess, can kite Wraith King, especially post-Scotty. Just kind of keep him locked in place. They go for a Storm that'll likely be the mid for FN. That is a hero I don't love against Wraith King, personally, because you do not have that sustained DPS. You're reliant on a mana river. And you tank a stun and a crit to the face, it's half your health.
We just don't get stunned, though. You know?
It's a good point.
It's a great point.
What's your counterpoint, Kyle?
What if you do get stunned?
Well, I mean, this is FN, not you, Kyle. You know?
Well, I think maybe it feels like every single time you do need to address the Snapfire in some way. We saw Nyx Assassin very often being the counter pick. It seems like maybe that's part of the reason they pick up Storm. I also think they picked it up so early in the draft because otherwise Winstrike would have taken it.
Both teams loving their Storm picks.
10 seconds
this is some good brawling though from Winstrike, right? This sort of dream Snapfire toss from the Wraith King as well.
So Team Unique rocking unique webcam backgrounds per player.
Look at that.
I dig it.
Very nice. I'm always a fan of Toss Snapfire. Keep it going. It could definitely, if they end up tri-laning at any point in time, I could see this dude walking away like very poor because he's a hero that does not start with a whole lot of armor, more than he used to. I think he got a 2 base armor buff. After they changed the regeneration no longer being a part of Devour, but he's still low armor and will still be heavily exposed by tag team and little shredder.
That's a little cheeky, isn't it? Picking a Phoenix into the Snapfire.
Yeah, that's very.
That's a bit confident.
I think when Shredder had less range, and maybe it was more of a fan, but nowadays, like, you're just
5 seconds
gonna rock the
remaining.
guy.
And you're gonna have points in the Shredder, you know.
Yeah.
It's gonna be ready to go. It's a bit of a risky one there. I mean, they don't really have some sort of insane team fight either to cover the egg, really, do they?
No. It's very odd.
Is super value in this meta, right? When you're talking about if both sides have beef and you throw down the Sunray and you're healing your beefy ally and doing percentage-based damage to the other beef.
Yeah.
That it may be more about the Sunray for them than it is the Supernova.
Queen of pain.
So this is an interesting pick. Now, Quap versus Storm is a matchup I know quite well. This was the TI5 meta in a nutshell. Now, Storm, it's kind of counterintuitive because you have to play aggressive on the Quap. You have similar base damage. Storm has a lot of armor. Quap has a lot easier time harassing you. But you've got to trade health for creeps. I think the rune change benefits Storm a lot. It's also part of the reason we see Storm so often, because you can go fast bottle, guarantee yourself a 2-minute fill up, which means you can press the lane into the Quap. Quap can't push the lane. Storm can very easily with Remnant. So I think this matchup is a lot more Storm favored than it used to be. In addition, because of that, Storm now, especially with a fast Orchid, if you kill Quap once, that's it. Like, game over for Quap. You have to snowball. You have to win the matchup and dominate. And I just think that's so much harder to do nowadays. And they picked it into a Lion as well.
So
I have nightmares about G Quap, but it's a different matchup now.
So this is going to be something that Winstrike are definitely taking some risks in picking it up.
10 seconds remaining.
Could win them the game, and it could be totally useless.
Yeah, it's that standard
5
Quap
seconds
over-under.
remaining.
Like, do I die less than 2 times or not?
On this game, I think, yeah. Yes. No, we're going to see a few Quap deaths here, I feel.
Yeah.
Lion Doom, yeah.
All right, so what are some of the best ways to... are there any heroes that you guys can think of out of safe line that help protect the Phoenix Egg? Or do you think there's any chance that Doom can be a safe laner here and we get a different lane?
God, I hope not. Upgrading your Doom farm priority against Wraith King just seems awkward.
I mean, if we're still looking for a Palantimos hero, I mean,
10 seconds
Troll's still in the
remaining.
mix, and I feel there's a lot of times where Troll's just a decent pick. You're going to
5
apply mid chance. I think it
remaining.
is one of those heroes that's a bit irritating for the Wraith King, you know, until you have like that BKB or MKB. It's, you know, Troll is going to be able to get on top of you, and you've got, you know, Lion, Doom, Storm, and heroes to hold people in place and let the Troll go to work. And yeah, just the whirling axes in general are going to be nice when Tusk is rolling in on you, and they're trying to beat you down using sort of the Shredder or the tag team.
They could. It's a bit odd. I could see a potential
Radiant
Naga
team
Siren,
pick.
but I'm not a huge fan necessarily. But if you look at those bands, Underlord Pango, that says to me they're thinking about an Illusion Core.
Okay.
PL's gone. I don't like Terrorblade too much because then
Yeah,
your
I've
whole
seen
depth
it.
is just so
that
greedy.
Yeah.
But I think
yeah,
10
Terrorblade against some of his bursts as well,
remaining.
against the Quap. I think the
Yeah.
campaign's going to be pretty happy if you pick
but
it.
Naga, you have that
5
ability to
seconds
protect the egg
remaining.
and just shove lanes without risking your hero. And right now, I think
Yeah.
that's what they need. It's just, you know, check out this Winstrike lineup. Very strong kill potential. But if you can just shove lanes and out farm, Quap, Tusk, Snapfire, if they're not able to find kills,
Yeah, they
like they're
can't
not
deal with
pushing waves.
And they
they're-
can't deal with sort of illusions after a couple of items. I don't think they've got insane sort of level of wave clear.
Mhm.
I like it. I feel Troll would be the more
Troll's safe,
standard pick,
yeah.
but sure, you know, some of these Eastern European carries.
Troll's like
Palantimos
your
is going to run the illusion heroes very solidly.
Troll's your sausage and eggs. You know, it's maybe avocado toast. It's never a bad thing. You're not going to be displeased, but
No.
it might not be perfect for the morning.
Well, Troll is his most played hero.
Mm-hmm.
56 win rate with 76 matches under his belt. He's also a Chaos Knight specialist. You guys think that?
Oh,
hero's,
there we go. Yeah, hell yes, actually. CK, I have been a big believer, just owns Wraith King. Talk about lasting damage. You kill Wraith King once, he pops up, you still have Phantasm, he's dead again, crushes the Quap. Nice call, Cap. This is a hell of a... I would say...
Well, there's your next
Okay, it's a little harder to pick CK now.
So
Yeah.
this is one of the heroes that you did think would get picked because it can deal with the beefy heroes?
Well, it's weird, though, because you're picking it into Lion, Doom, Storm. Like, none of these heroes really
That's a lot
street
of magic,
Necro.
and that's a lot of burst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
10 seconds remaining.
So do you like it, or you kind of this wouldn't be a game where you would feel like
here's the thing.
seconds
Necro is
remaining.
weird. Necro is just a great hero. And the thing about it is there's this, it's one of the most like tipping point based on balance heroes due to the kit. If it's a good patch for Necro, it's a great hero. It can be countered. It'll be pickable. If it's a bad patch for Necro, then you'd argue it's just not strong enough to pick ever. And in this case, it's kind of on the fringe right now. So yeah, the matchups aren't perfect, but theoretically, you're going to have a really strong landing phase, and it kills waves for you. Also removes the ability to pick a Chaos Knight, I think, completely.
Choose your
And
hero.
you'd be right about that. Instead, they go for the Morphling, a hero that does, if I recall, very well in laning phase against Necrophos.
Oh, yeah.
You are so good at CSing, and Necrophos really needs that.
Yeah, I take back everything I said about Necro. This is just, the hero's got to be incredible. If this is just not a Necrophos game. Storm, Morphling, Doom are 3 cores you really don't want to play against, right? Like,
I mean, it does still offer percentage-based damage against Morphling, right?
Like,
That's never terrible.
I guess.
It's just the fact that he has to lane against him sucks.
You do have the Scythe for big kills later on. You know, actually, it goes both ways, I'll have to say. You do the percent-based damage.
10 seconds
Scythe is good.
remaining.
I don't know. I have not seen Necrophos.
Kyle, I'm surprised you're not out of breath with all the fence hopping you're doing here.
I'm just-
You're on one side,
It's
you're on
tough
the
to
other.
balance, okay? I'm trying to stand like right on the center, you know, not
I feel
fall
like
to
you
one
keep
side or
falling
the other.
off.
Well, no, I'm good.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay. Just gonna go the rest of the panel on one foot.
No, that'd be dangerous.
All right, Owen. Do you have we'll let Kyle figure it out a little bit more. Do you have a more solid read that you believe in when it comes to these drafts?
I feel that Team Unique, it is a nice ending to the draft. You sort of look at the way that they can set up onto it. It seems like it's going to be a draft that may have to be forced to use the Reaper Scythe for sort of the instant catch on the morph, because everything else, the morph, if he's keeping his wits about him, he's going to be able to dodge. I don't think there's going to be too much that will be able to catch this morph by surprise. And sort of outside of that, I look at heroes like the FN Storm. I don't think this Queen of Pain is going to give him too much trouble, and I think the Queen of Pain overall is just going to have a hard game.
I forgot about the support duo though. Snap Tusk, Phoenix, Lion. I think Snap Tusk is going to be able to do way more work, and I'm a believer in Necrophos after all.
Okay.
All right, there we
So
go.
the support duo, they can actually do some work. They have to take the W though.
All right. Will Kyle's faith keep true, or midway through the game, will he just talk about how Necrophos is a terrible hero? I guess we'll have to wait and see. We'll be back after the game. We, of course, have Moxie and Fogg. You're going to be doing the casting here.
Well, I don't know about you, Fogg, but that was one heck of an emotional roller coaster that Kyle just took us on. We went through the whole spectrum of human emotions while he tried to decide did he like Necrophos or not. But I want to ask you, this Morphling pick, it seems really good. It feels almost like a little bit like a gotcha pick. What do you think about it?
It definitely feels really strong. I think that we see Winstrike have drafted themselves more for just lane dominance. That's kind of what I see from like all their heroes. Snapfire, Wraith King, me and you've seen that lane a bunch of times now, how dominant it is. That minus armor, those big crits, the setup, it's great. Plus a ranged hero, usually an off lane, is quite strong. Necro overall is a pretty strong laning hero. And Queen of Pain, a hero that used to be all about dominating lanes. So I feel like Winstrike, they really have to come out quick in this laning phase, come out with an advantage, because other than that, I don't like their draft with what they're up against, to be honest with you. Right? They don't really have these great actual stuns versus that
30
Storm
seconds
and
to
the Morphling.
battle.
They have stuns, but they're telegraphed, right? The Snapfire
Right.
Cookie, the Snowball, the Reaper Scythe, like Owen was saying, I think it actually might have to be used a lot of the times for setup. So we'll see. And also like the Tusk, we'll have to see if he gets good timing on Blink Dagger, because I really do feel like they lack some big forms of initiation, and the team fights I have to give to Unique once they all start kicking off with Doom and Phoenix, as long as they're careful not to just get little shreddered on the egg.
It sounds very much like Winstrike just has too many pieces that have to fit together exactly perfectly, Whereas Unique, it seems like they can be a little bit more freeform. They've got a little bit more wiggle room and just wait for, item timings, basically.
Yeah, I do feel like they can just be so patient, because like I just see like Lion and Doom, right? Lion and Doom versus your Queen of Pain and your Necro, 2 year cores. They get just super countered. We're gonna see first quick aggression though. Slayer got Fire Spirits leveled. He'll actually survive.
Yeah, he's fine there. I think they were hoping maybe they could try to bait out something like, you know, the Icarus dive or whatnot, which would be a bit of a disaster for a Phoenix to pick up. But instead, you know, just gonna go walk back, heal up, and then most likely teleport over to that lane.
We will see how these lanes go. I'm curious to see how they all will be. I really do feel like Winstrike has to play super aggressive. I'm going to be looking at top just every time tag team is up, use it and just start hitting that morph lane. Get yourself good lane positioning and just, it's all going to be about lane focus. Getting a big advantage so that you can actually take fights in the later stages and actually have some forms of control. Because like we're saying, very telegraphed disables. However, let's say Orchid comes out on the Queen of Pain at a good time, that's going to open up the map so much for them to actually shut down a lot of these heroes on the side of Unique. So yeah, laning is really going to be everything, I do feel.
How many deaths is this Queen of Pain allowed to have before she just really starts to fall off and not feel good anymore?
I'll give her 2.
Okay.
I never like saying 1 because 1, like a slip up sometimes happens here and there. 2, I think might honestly be the limit when you're playing versus just a tough game. You're playing versus Lion and Doom, and you're probably the biggest focus target besides your Necrophos. And it's a hard game for Necro too, just like Kyle was saying. Like, there's so many things that just burn him out. There's so much magical damage, even just a Sunray later on. It's very tough for you to actually stop that Sunray with your limited type of disables to get to the back.
All eyes again on Winstrike to try to make these very aggressive plays early and try to slow down the lanes as well. But currently right now, the mid lane seems to be going pretty evenly. 11-1 on Storm, 10-1 over on the Queen of Pain. So, you know, it's still very early, and I'm sure, you know, runes will come into play at some point as well.
Yeah, I actually want to see Yamich. As soon as he hits level 2, maybe he gets like a nice little pull-up up top or something. I want to see him rotate mid. I want to see him rotate mid quite a bit, actually. I feel like the Storm can get punished a lot because of this level 2 Shadow Strike coming out from Rebel. They can actually set up quite a bit of kills. Eyes on Yamich to see if he does make a rotate. Probably too soon.
Slayer lays down here. Slayer ticking down. He's going to be able to get himself out. Yamich, though, burning from all these Fire Spirits. They're actually going to find the first blood there, but can they turn this around? Yes, they get the kill on Slayer. And Palantimos not going to fall this time, but was sitting a little low himself as well.
They both just sat there winding up their autos for so long, the Fire Spirits. They just sat there. I think they could have actually maybe backed up and like reset and maybe got the first blood, but they sit there, eat the damage, and will be. It is Palantimos who gets the first blood too, probably the most appropriate one. He's got a Mask of Death. He's got his Morbid Mask already done. Slayer's gonna bring it out on the Courier. So I'm sure he's suffering a little bit on the bottom.
Ooh, a cookie hop though. I'm not sure if it's going to be quite enough to save Pantaman, but looks like Ghostic is forced back as Jacha. Oh, he's looking. Can he get a couple more hits off? The Stoop is so very fast. And Pantaman has to be careful. They'll turn around. They might actually be able to get the kill. Down will go the Snapfire. And then Ghostic finally gets hunted down by the Wraith King.
Action laying down bottom.
Yeah.
That's a fun one. The Doom with the increased armor actually able to tank decently versus that Snapfire Shredder.
I was very surprised that they tried to make the play on the Doom specifically for that reason. But I guess, you know, like you said, with the Snapfire having a little Shredder, being able to reduce that, trying to get these kills early on Doom is maybe one of their best bets.
Yep. 4-minute runes, Bignum, he's actually stacking at the same time as checking. Love it. Love to see that. Hard Camp already triple stacked up for the Storm Spirit. And we will see on the other side, Yamich. He can't quite do the stack, but he will check the rune. Both will be able to secure themselves those water runes. And yes, I think this is actually just really important to point out is Palantimos getting this early Morbid Mask because he gets first blood. I think that kind of changes that whole dynamic of top. Where Necro might be able to bully Morphling at the start. Now it's just gone. Morphling's going to be able to free farm up here pretty much completely just because of that Morbid Mask and that first blood.
So what's the best way to play it now? Do we want to see just... All right, you can see that Yamich is TPing over to that middle... Oh, no, he cancels out the TP. So they're going to try to make some plays on Palantimos. Try to save Cheshire Cat one way or the other.
I don't think that they can ever... I don't think you can really go for the kills or anything on Palantimos. If he does die, it's a pretty big mistake by him because he does have this solid start already. So I actually wanted to see Yamich finish TP. I actually want to see him go toward mid to slow down Storm, but now he might have already missed his window, and Storm is going to clean up that triple stack we mentioned earlier, and now he's going to be 6. So the movement for room... Wow, my mouth is not working right.
It's all right, dude. You're fine. Yeah,
his movement is not working now.
No worries. No worries.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, no, that stack really, you know, coming in handy has really paid off for sure. And now things are going to start to look a little bit spooky for the side of Winstrike. The Storm is If he gets any really nice runes of opportunity, he is definitely going to make use of them, having that little bit of level advantage.
He could make a move to one of the side lanes if he deems necessary. He does have that point in the vortex, so if they see someone step a bit too far, maybe, but if the lane's not in a good position, he'll probably just return mid. So he sees the lanes are not in a great spot. He's gonna go defend mid since that catapult is there. He's actually gonna bring one more over, Big Num.
Maybe try to bait this Queen of Pain into getting the hop on him, but you can also see Yelich making his own rotations. We're gonna see some action in this mid lane, I think, soon. 6 minutes are up, though. And it's gonna be a nice regen rune.
Very nice. Go farm. Now he can out farm that swap that he already kind of is doing. Very small, very slightly because of those stacks. And we see Ghostic. He finds himself a nice creep in this bottom lane. I didn't point it out before, but he did get that toughness aura from the Wild Wings, so that minus armor not as effective anymore.
About 6 minutes into the game, are we liking the way that you know, the draft's really playing out over here on the side of Winstrike? Obviously, Unique has got to be really happy. Palantimos is pretty much unkillable here in the top lane. I know you mentioned you would have liked to see Yelich possibly make that rotation over to mid, but you know, all in all, still feels fairly even.
Yeah, I think that's not in a great spot for Winstrike. I wanted them to get, you know, it's still very early, obviously, but I wanted them to get maybe a little bit more kills, a little bit more rotations, because the game is going to start kicking off where Morphling goes jungle. It's up to the onus is on you to start getting that pressure going. Storm is very elusive, so he can make these moves around. And look at, I'm just watching Slayer getting all these stacks up and ready for that Morphling. I do feel like the pressure is going to be on them to make the moves.
All right, well. Let's see, Pain just picking up the bounty rune. I wouldn't be surprised to see her make a rotation here top, in fact. Looks like she's headed that way. Trying to figure out what she wants to do, actually. She's kind of running around in circles, but... Oh, looks like she's
That's kind of what happens, right? Because you want to gank the morph, but it's kind of obvious if you just head up there. Because you can surprise Palantimos. So the Queen of Pain or that high burst damage from tree lines and stuff like that, you could try to get a kill, but he doesn't want to leave mid either, because then FN is jungling and taking mid, so he doesn't want to get out-farmed, out-maximized on the top, but I don't know where he really wants to move.
Oh, yeah, but she was trying, but he had... Oh, dear. Palantimos turning himself into his own tusk as well. Has made it very difficult for him to try to escape. A little bit of a jump over here on the Queen of Pain. Oh, he's gonna be... Oh, no! At the last second, Rabel is able to go pick up the Invis rune and possibly go top here. There's a lot of stacks in this jungle that look very tasty, but...
That could be the dream. I thought he might actually go in, because morphs usually sit at that very low HP. If he just gets a Sonic Wave and a connection, he might be able to. But Palantimos, he's being careful. He's actually not sitting at one strength. They know that Invis was there. He has a raindrop, so he's safe.
And he's got some nice wards that were placed down as well, so they can keep eyes on it. But again, over in the middle lane with the little rotation from the Lion. That is the first death of this Queen of Pain, and Bigum's got to be feeling very happy about that.
And that's the painful one. Queen of Pain dying once. You're already starting to get out-farmed from the 3 opposing cores. Your Necro and your Wraith King are doing great. But Quap is a hero. You know, this is your mid laner. I'm gonna say it. Yeah, the second death. If he dies in the next like 5-10 minutes, I think it's gonna really just slow down Winstrike enormously. It's gonna be so much pressure on Dyrachyo to carry.
I mean, on the bright side of things, they have some really nice stacks going on, coming out from the side of Unique over here. So that is obviously going to be a detriment here for Winstrike, but maybe they can sneak in. Maybe they can try to steal some of these stacks. I mean, they don't really have the greatest heroes though either, right?
No, they're very immobile. Like Necrophos walking into steal, that means like you're there. Once you commit on Necrophos, you're not gonna move out of that area, right? You're very slow. Queen of Pain can jump in and contest, but that's kind of it. So I feel like it's gonna be very hard for Winstrike to actually run in to contest them. But like we said, the onus is on them. They probably still feel pretty decent. The Racho's having absolute free farm and the Necro's having a good time. They need to start pressuring the Morphling. So Rebel, this game is gonna start getting pretty difficult for the Queen of Pain. As you know, the decisions are there. You want to pressure, but you also want to try to farm for this Orchid, but you don't want to play the farm game versus Storm.
Right. Well, Rebel, not aware that Slayer's really hiding so tightly to that tree line. He's gonna try to put pressure down over in the bottom lane too. Cookie hop over onto Ghostic. They realize, okay, no one else is here, so we can get a kill on this dude. Possibly. It's not looking like they're gonna be able to find the final hit. Sapphire guesses go off. Ghostic does eventually fall, as Phantomin will pay for that. Having to stay put in one place. FN hoping to burn this reincarnation. It is up and running though over on Dyrachyo. There's out the Wraithfire, another zip forward. That's going to be the reincarnation. FN's going to be feeling pretty happy about that due to the high cooldown. And look at this, they're trying to contest these stacks. And I like that they're trying to do this, but it is difficult.
It is. At least they know that FN made the move bottom, though. So Storm pretty low on mana. He actually can't run over and contest. So nice little rotation from Cheshire Cat, as they will also continue to pressure top. So some decent moves from Winstrike.
Much like cordwood before axes.
Definitely trying to do the most that they can with this efficiency here. Yeah, mentioned they just keep trading back and forth here, trying to take down each other's wards. It's actually pretty ridiculous.
Dyer's top tower is
Still have
under
one sentry up top. They've got the courier trying to get a little vision.
Wishes it was you
Up.
instead.
Got a smoke play coming out from Unique, hoping maybe they can catch someone, maybe doom them. In fact, that is exactly what they're going to do, plus a finger. So down goes Cheshire Cat. And look how immediately they had teleported up to the top lane. They turn around now. They're like, all right, yeah, we don't want to be there anymore.
Tower is under attack.
I'm actually surprised they used the finger as well. I thought Bignum should save that one for the next kill, because Queen of Pain is such an easy target to go for a lot of times with finger. You just get like any type of disable on her with finger, she will die. And they'd already used Doom, so maybe an over commitment for the kill, but nonetheless they do get it. And I don't think Unique minds a slow-paced game too much at all. They just want to play a farm game. And if they're not the ones getting pressured, it's phenomenal. You know, they've got Doom, Morphling, Storm cores that are going to scale quite crazy, quite exponentially.
I mean, you say that about the finger, but at the same time, we have seen them go for a kill with just Storm plus Lion. That usually has a decent amount of damage and lockdown to take down the Queen of Pain. But little zip here from FN's, just going to try to go up Tiger. I'm not going to be able to get that regen run, unfortunately. As Slayer, top lane, is forced to use the Icarus dive to fly away to safety.
Radiant's
It's always
bottom
tough to make
tower
those
is
decisions,
under
right?
attack.
Because you want the finger stack so badly,
Right.
But I feel like, you know, you want to defend your towers, and it's a long cooldown, so now it's like Necro and Quap, they know
Radiant's
fingers are not
bottom
up, right?
tower
So they
is
can play a
under
lot more
attack.
risky, they can play a lot more stepped up, because they don't have to be so wary of that first.
So it does feel a lot better to play Necrophos knowing that Finger of Death is not right now for Bignum, but the brave little line, he's running face first at them, but Duracho is able to find some space over in the dire jungle. Just have to be careful because you do have a smoke coming out as they make their way towards him.
The ward, that area, right? Like you said,
Yeah.
they've been battling over that high ground with sentries and obs. They actually still do have that sneaky obs over on the left. So this
Ooh,
might
he
actually
shows a
be
lane.
Really big pickup here.
No reincarnation available. It's already been burnt. Dangerous dive forward. The sun ray, the vortex right on in there. And FN kills the king. But in comes Winstrike. They're all smoked up. They've got the Mortimer Kisses online, but they just don't have stuff to be able to hold people in place super well. Pantomin. Yeah, they see Bignum. They figure, okay, we can get this position 5. We can jump in there and we can get a quick kill. But the others, a lot more difficult to take down.
Not the most ideal target by any means with a 3 or 4 man rotation.
Are they going to go back in? With the way that FN's playing.
Thinking about it.
They still have the...
They still have that ward, so they really they're playing around that vision, just trying to catch anything. But they're farming. Palantimos is probably telling them, guys, not more.
Dyer's middle tower is
I'm
not
having
what
an
it used
absolute
to
free
be.
game ghosted as well.
Certain.
Doom is back available, and he's already got Blink.
Dyer's
So now
middle
even more ways to
tower
set
has
up, even more
fallen.
ways to be sure and ensure that they can get the Doom
Sharpening.
either onto that Queen of Pain or the Necrophos.
Basically, Palantimos is just saying, everybody chill.
Yeah,
Everybody chill out for now. Just enjoy the farm. Just vibe, you know, and don't worry. We got this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's going to have Manta
Radiant's
early
top
timing. I
tower
think his
is
good
under
pickup from would be
attack.
like the Scotty second, since he's playing versus some healing and stuff like that. If he wants to, he has a lot of items that he can go as a Morphling this game that will be
Radiant's
very
top
valuable.
tower is
But,
under
yeah,
attack.
Unique must be feeling in such a good position right now when like, all their ults are now back up online. You're not getting pressured on your side at all. Sure, you lost your mid and your top tower, which that's kind of feels a little bit bad, but that's that's gonna happen when you've gone so greedy. Storm, Doom, and Morphling cores. It's a very greedy setup for them, and it's already worked out now with a 1k advantage at 14.
Would you like to see the Spirit Vessel picked up before the Phoenix picks up the Yules, or is it better to get
No,
like
I'm
some
okay
of these
with him.
smaller pieces?
I'm okay with him getting a defensive versus the Orchid that's coming out on Quap. I think it's really good.
Okay. Be interested to see if they do a counter smoke here, as they have successfully dodged the jump coming out from Winstrike.
And Rebel, he has the Orchid, so he is strong if he finds any of these heroes isolated. Pretty much anybody on the side of Unique, if they get caught out from the Quap by themselves, they will die, but Unique's not giving them that opportunity. They're sticking together, playing around that Morphling, especially playing, like, just keeping Palantimos safe until he has Manta. When he has Manta, no more fear for this Morphling pretty much at all in this game. That Orchid is going to be full countered. And then that's when it really feels like Winstrike's timer starts ticking quite quickly. They need to start making these moves before that Manta does kick off. But they're not able to.
They're hunting, though. Look at this. You can see three of the players
Dire's top tower is under attack.
know that the Queen of Pain was up top. Hoping maybe they can catch her up. Maybe they can bait. Not seeming to take it. They're trying.
Yeah,
you can see the storm over here is playing very forward. But Rebel, oh no. There's immediately, oh, can they find her? Over to the corner, there it is. The Doom, the Vortex. Their patience pays off as they find themselves yet another kill here on the Queen of Pain.
I mean, that's the second death. That's the painful one.
That's rough.
Yeah, you've got your Orchid, you revealed it, and you still die without getting yourself even a kill. If he gets a trade, it doesn't feel as bad, of course, but that one has to feel quite grim as now they're trying to run in as 4 onto this high ground here.
I mean, they have a double
It's
damage.
kind of a forced, yeah.
So perhaps they feel like, you know, all right, maybe we can catch him. There's no Doom. So there it is, the scythe like you talked about, and it's enough burst damage to take down Palantimos.
Nice. The scythe to set up. I know Owen was the one saying, you know, there's so many telegraph stones on the side of the
tower is
They get it like
under
that from
attack.
tree sides. They do. They can't actually get him. So that's as the Manta is finished, he gets picked up. So a nice direct hit from Winstrike.
Did I feel a creak in my
Definitely
joint?
realizing what they need to do, when they need to do it in this particular case. But yes, the Manta's online. It's going to get much harder for them to try to get the jump on Palantimos. But Winstrike, you know, a very nice hit coming out here.
And perhaps, you know, Dyrachyo, he's still having such a good game that there is perhaps, you know, the small inkling that he can actually carry this game by himself. He is quite massive, and he's into Doom, so it's a good matchup for the Wraith King in that sense. If they can just delete the Morphling, he can have a great time inside of those
Dire's
fights.
bottom tower
Still a
is
tall order draft.
taking many wounds.
Radiance is going to be up quite soon, so I'm feeling very good about himself.
I guess my concern is that
Dire's
this Wraith King,
bottom tower
you know,
is
standing at the
face
top of the
down
net
in
worth
the dirt.
still, looking very, very nice.
Dire's
But
bottom
I'm worried
tower
that
is
the rest of
under
his team's
attack.
starting to fall a bit too far behind. So,
Agreed.
you know, yeah, he survives the initial jump, but the rest of the team either is not going to
Dire's
survive or they're going to have to
bottom tower
back.
is under
And
attack.
then, you know, Unique, who is in a slightly better position here, is just going to be able to keep rolling over him.
Oh no, I absolutely agree. It's going to be a very tall order for Dyrachyo to carry this game, and it's so weird to say, right? Because it's 5-8, like they actually still have a gold advantage. But you can feel just that unique draft, like how greedy it is, just paying off into all this. Like it's going to just get stronger and stronger and stronger as the game progresses. And they've actually gone greedy. They've got like this really interesting build that I saw China doing actually on Storm Spirit. You went Kaya Sage, so no Orchid. You don't actually go for this timing on Storm Spirit. You play the full farm game. You play around status resist.
Huh.
Saw this a couple times now, actually, in the, I think either SEA or in China, a couple of the games.
That's interesting. Well, Winstrike, though, they know that they can take this Roche right now. No one is paying attention to them. They've got very nice vision up and around the pit, so they're going to go and secure themselves an Aegis. And I'm guessing probably for the Quap. What do you think? Yeah, just because she's having a difficult time staying alive throughout these engagements.
This is a huge move. Like these wards that they placed, they have this deep ward up top that they placed earlier with their smoke rotation, and then they have this deep ward bottom to watch the Morphling and the one around the Roche pit. They just had so much information. They sneak it completely. Look, Unique, if they knew that was going on, they'd go fight there for sure.
Dire's middle tower
completely
is
sneaking
under
it in.
attack.
Really nice move.
They just have really good vision coming out from the side of Winstrike.
Yeah.
Oh, look at
Dire's
this.
top tower is under
Yeah, Mitch
attack.
hunting for Ghost Stick. Actually does manage to find him, but they're not going to be able to go and cancel out that teleport. So this tower belonging to
Much like
Winstrike, as it doesn't
Hordwood
seem that they
before
want to try
Axe's
to
Dire's
contest it. In fact,
tower
just
is
looking
under
maybe
attack.
for a trade here in this bottom lane as Palantimos is waiting.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nice ward again.
Radiant's
Pentagon puts a ward
bottom
behind this
tower
tier 2
is
top.
under
So yeah, too hard
attack.
for Unique to set up around there. And yeah, Winstrike.
Dire's middle
Big power
tower
spikes and
is under
Chester Cat,
attack.
he's going to set up to the tier 3
Radiant's
here.
bottom
He has his
tower
hood
is
locked.
under attack.
He has a nether shawl, and he has, you know, the rest of that pipe finished inside of his backpack. So he's going to be super tanky if he's able to get these off. His magic resistance is actually quite ridiculous right now, 54%.
Exactly the way he needs to play this here.
Dire's top
This
tower
Phoenix
is
has to
under
be sweating a
attack.
little bit, considering the fact they have very good vision.
Red mist
But
spreads
Slayer
at
is going to
Radiant's
teleport
middle
out. I think he
tower.
wasn't sure. He's like, oh, guys, you know, should we take this? But seeing 3 of them there, deciding to just back off.
Did his ward catch glimpse of the smoke there for a second? Because he instantly TP'd back to his team when the smoke happened. So I think that they're aware of this. They're setting up on the
Right
high
on the
ground
cusp.
here.
completed now for Necro. Here they go. To the high ground. Winstrike on the hunt. And look at the way, though, that Unique is just immediately backing up. Palantimos is still over on the bottom. Slayer is going to get just spotted immediately. The silence. He's waiting, hoping no. At the last second, they actually use a side for him, though. So I think Unique is very happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long cooldown. Phoenix is going to be back up if they want to look to try to fight around this. But Winstrike with the kill, they can set up
middle tower is under
that's probably
attack.
what their biggest thing that they're looking at. This isn't an Aegis to win the game. This is an Aegis to secure any positioning around the map as they find Bignum as well.
Yeah, it's a nice earth spike off, but okay, Ghostic decides he wants to go back in. They got the finger, but look at these kisses coming out from Snapfire. They're going to be able to protect damage, although nope, FN zipping on in. So the BKB popped over on Ghostic. Palantimos now is looking to hide underneath his tower.
But Winstrike hit hard. They dive forward, get 2 kills,
Radiant's
also get the
tower
tower
is under
now as
attack.
well from these movements. And yeah, the Reaper side is going to be back up in about 70 seconds, so they can patiently back up. They've done some very nice objective damage here.
Definitely moving as one cohesive unit. Looks very, very nice. Again, it was looking a bit dicey for the Quap, but he's doesn't have to be a lone wolf all the time. Sometimes just fighting with the rest of the team is enough to keep you back in the game.
Yeah, I can't believe how farmed Diracio is. They're all this 2,300 gold above the Morphling. That one kill they got on Palantimos completely slowed him down. And now they get
Bottom tower is under attack. Bottom tower.
I think they are. I mean, why not? You know, you have to be careful though. The Doom, of course, is still available, and they do have the Phoenix Egg, but they're feeling very, very powerful right now. Been immediate silence over onto Phoenix. Really can't stop, can't go for any sort of egg or anything like that. And look at the damage that they can just dish out over on the turn. They're not able to do much of anything. They smoked him. Yeah, he's gone a little far. There's going to be the blink forward here coming out from Ghostic. They do get the Doom up. The Quickie will save him, and now Ghostic is totally separated from the rest of the team. Sonic Wave coming through. Look at the damage from the little shredder. Someone finds the kill. And now over on the side, Tusk using a little bit of time here, using that snowball. But Diracio, he's still alive. They're still doing damage, and we still have Tetracat alive after that initial Doom. He's absolutely fine here. They do eventually take down the Wraith King, but
Radiant's top tower
it took
is
a lot
under
to get to
attack.
that point, and they lost Ghostic and Bignum during this process. Are they going to go back in? Yes, they are. Okay. All right. That's a cooked chicken right there.
I don't know if they can stick for the melee though.
They're going to try. I mean, they've got the Aegis still online here. Not a lot of mana left over Rebel.
Get the Rex. Wow.
Okay, Palantimos hoping he can get the jump on anyone. Tetracat will get dragged back. A cookie pop forward though. And the spike will connect. Is it forward? They want to follow this up though. Tetracat is still alive. And look at these Snapfire kisses coming out. Just making them scatter. Eventually though, Tetracat will fall. Snowball buying a little bit more time as they'll go connect over onto FN. This Aegis is about to be reclaimed though, Fog. You have to be very, very careful. 3, 2, 1. They're waiting so patiently and they should be able to kill Rebel there. And, oh, the stop. What? Is it just a little bit off? How close was that?
That had to have been right on the edge.
Oh my gosh.
Like 255 or something, like, honestly. That was right at the edge of it.
I can't believe that didn't connect.
Yeah, that was close. A nice hit by Winstrike, though. That was actually... I'm so surprised how much they pushed forward it, but that's actually what they need to do with their draft. Push the limits because they know that they are on a bit of a timer this game. That was a sick play. Overall, just them pushing forward, but also Unique with a nice strike back. Ghostic, he jumps in the back line, kind of gives his life for the team to isolate that Wraith King. We see Yamage comes in with a nice snowball to potentially almost save him, but the damage was done. Unique did isolate that Wraith King completely, and then, yeah, great patience.
Got the countdown on the Aegis, though. Because we saw that, a couple days ago where they're like 2 seconds off or something? Yeah, look at that stop.
Yeah, 2.5, 3 seconds. That really looked like it hit.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised.
I swear we've seen a couple things like that lately. The coil from the other day from Miracle. All of us were like talking about, like, how the hell did that not put more heroes? Just sometimes perspective makes it look that much closer.
I guess. All right, Winstrike, though, with a very farmed Wraith King, is taking a commanding lead here.
I'm impressed with the way that they're able to do it so far too. Like it's just a small 2k lead and they're still just pressing forward here because of all this minus armor, because of all this buff up on this huge Wraith King. They're actually bringing it to Unique, and you know Unique is probably still a little scared here as they've already lost a Rex. Even though their draft still continues to scale very strong, it puts pressure on that bottom side constantly.
Positioning coming out here from Unique. Does feel like they want to fight. They have the Scotty completed for Palantimo, so that's going to help negate some of that healing, but it doesn't feel like they're going to fall for it. They're like, all right, you know, we're just going to back off for now. We had a really good hit. Maybe we'll wait until the next Roche, but for now, yeah, they still have that middle tower up as well. I'll be feeling pretty good on Winstrike.
Yeah, you've only lost bottom tower. Like nothing else has really been touched too much. You've kind of constricted Unique to their side of the map the entire time in this game so far.
Ooh, big smoke coming out from the side of Winstrike.
BKB on Wraith King just finished as well.
Fortified, just like that.
Wait, Pantoman just steals it.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle
You gotta
tower.
hope that he missed quickly. He's not just Gotcha, opening up with the Walrus Punch. They've got those BKBs online. It's a nice egg as well. They just chased down Racho. They have just a split fight going on. Egg will pop. That's the first life of the Wraith King. The Doom came out though, so Cheshire Cat falls. Rainbow also to fall though too, as FN is just chasing them. They get these nice stomps off. Racho eventually falling, and Pantoman one more boop. It's a triple kill now for FN.
5 for 0. Perfect setup from Unique. They just jump in. FN gets jumped, but it doesn't matter. They jump into the backline with the rest of their heroes. The egg comes down, Wraith King isolated, and for Winstrike making such a good move on
Radiant's
bottom, I
middle
think their
tower
time
is
has come.
under
The
attack.
Morphling, he's got the Scotty. He's so strong, and the way that they take that fight around the Phoenix just perfect from Unique.
As Radiant's
Poor
middle
observer
tower
trying to watch
falls,
that entire fight. There are just too many things happening at once, but it was
rises.
perfect. It was just really nice chaos coming out from Unique, finding these vulnerable positions and then just striking. No pun intended.
Yep. Yeah, and it's a high ground. You know, they had the high ground. Perfect high ground advantage, even with a ward. So as soon as the fight kicks off, they see everything. They see the entire fight. Like that ward on the right side, they get the Doom on the Necrophos, so he's completely out of the fight. It kind of feels like all of Winstrike is controlled in this fight. Because even the Quap blinks in with BKB to help hit the egg, and then gets hit by the egg too, stunned during our old BKB. A disaster, really, for Winstrike as Unique just smashes the fight.
Very nice positioning, and just, you know, it almost looked really nice going over for the side of Winstrike with the way that they swung around. You know, they're like, okay, we're going to be sneaky about it. It also almost makes you wonder a little bit about that double damage rune, if it would have made that big of a difference as well if Pantoman had not accidentally picked that up.
Nah, they got way too. They got
Just way too
perfectly.
CC'd.
He didn't even get an attack. Like the only thing he hit in that fight was egg. I think he hit it like 4 or 5 times, and that was literally his entire contribution. It was just a perfect jump. Unique just had way too good of positioning. Strike. They probably have one more fight in them. They can win the next fight. They can still have a chance in this game, but that next fight, it's going to be absolutely everything, and they're hoping it's around Roche. Let's see what that timer is.
The fight's about
It's
to come
20
to them.
seconds.
Ooh, it's a good scan though. They realize that they're on their way, so perhaps they can set up. They do have
Palantimos.
all the ults back up. They're hunting Palantimos.
10 seconds.
All right, the stun comes out immediately. Look at them. They're waiting. They're being very patient here. They figure, okay, if they're around the pit, there's got to be more people here. Can we lure them over? But looks like Duracho's just going to walk back over to this mid lane, hit some of these creeps. And the rest of the side of Unique is now struggling to find how they want to get into this area, although smoke comes out from the side of Winstrike. Roshan is indeed up now, so this is going to be a big fight for them. If they can secure that Roche advantage, it's going to be very, very good.
He's under attack.
See if they can get a jump. Palantimos is the one just taking it.
Oh.
They actually dived to break the smoke.
Good time. Yes, it did. A medium silence, though. The hit, the follow-up, and look at this sucker. It's doing so much. The figure of death comes out. Rainbow, though, falls. Yeah, but Pantoman also now down. As Duracho trying to run, he can't run fast enough with the Scotty. They'll clean up with the egg over back line. Just can't fall, and Duracho, oh, that's a dead Wraith King. It's a team wipe.
I'd like to highlight that Big Gnome lands a 3-man stun beautifully along the connection of the Sunray. Perfect by Unique. Perfect read. They knew exactly where Winstrike was. They have Palantimos in the front. Super tanky Morphling Slayer gets the dive, breaks the smoke, and from there, it's just a highlight reel for Unique really inside that fight. FN perfectly positioned in the back.
Look at that.
Look at that. 3-man stun into, look at the whole Sunray. And then he turns into the egg too on top of the Sunray.
They're just like little ducks in a row, all 4 of them during that.
You can feel that, you know that they're under pressure, right? That's why they're doing that type of play. That's why they all stick together and run into. Stuff like that will happen when you know the way that the game state is getting, the way it's kind of happened. Even though you got that early racks always going pretty well for you, you know the way that these heroes scale, and yeah, 1 or 2 slight mistakes like that where you stack up will be really problematic.
Nope, he's gonna get silenced as well. Does have the BKB back up and running, but those stunners and just force him away. He'll be able to grab the bounty rune, at the very least, but definitely not how you want to be using that BKB.
It just came back up too, like literally 1 second from when he got jumped there. There's actually a chance he dies if it's not that exact moment where it comes up, but we'll be safe. Finishes up the Bloodthorn. Continuing to scale quite heavily on the side.
They're still holding on to the Agnum Shard too over here on the Phoenix, which is kind of interesting. I'm guessing they're going to hand it over to Storm, I guess.
Yeah. It's really strong with Morphling. Speed that you attack with the Overload.
And they pick up a gem as well, so all of that vision. And I have to say, Winstrike has had wonderful vision throughout most of this game, but now it's going to be ripped down by Slayer.
I think they actually had the vision advantage too. Like the way that they set up wards around where they were making moves, and just like the way they even looked around that vision, it was really nice from Winstrike. Just a couple rough moves in the last 2 team fights going completely dominant in Unique's favor. Now they don't know what to do. I'm sure they're feeling that like that completely. Like everyone's just kind of sitting around near each other, not really knowing how they want to approach the next fight. It's into Aegis, it's into Cheese, and their heroes just don't fight into these heroes anymore the same.
I feel bad for Doraccio because of the fact he had such a good laning phase. He was looking very dominant, very far ahead. He managed to get an early, advantage. Maybe not as early during the laning stage as you and I both would have liked, but once they hit a certain item timing, it was just foot on the gas pedal without letting up.
Yeah,
but they've stalled now. They've run out of gas, it feels like, a little bit.
They did open up with this Wraith King very early in the draft, right? It's the first 2 pick to counteract the Doom. And I think Unique set themselves up really nice to counter that Wraith King. Phoenix overall in the game, sure, he was countered by Snapfire. We actually haven't seen that happen once this game, by the way. The little Shredder interaction.
Come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Completely owned the Wraith King, I feel like, in every single one of these fights that they've had.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I feel like it's a situation where, they're trying to stand very far back in terms of like having the Snapfire be able to get the ultimate off, but because they're sitting so far back, then the Phoenix is able to position themselves just even further away, so Snapfire cannot use that little Shredder to that maximum capability.
Come to Radiant's
they just have they have more natural forms of initiation and ways to get into backside. That's also happens when you pick a non-traditional off laner like a Necrophos, right? Like Doom is silence in the backside.
Yeah, look at this. They immediately follow up. Good snowball, though. Has a little bit more time. They'll go. They'll use those BKBs. They're just being held in place. It's a beautiful Icarus that plus the egg on top of it and the Sunray. And they're just dishing out the Doom, but it's not enough to protect the egg this time around. Sonic Wave coming out. They use the Doom over onto the Quaxical Bomb. Reincarnation is down now on the Wraith King. It looks like they want to back out, though. Ghostic forced to go and pop that BKB. Just doesn't want to stay here anymore. The rest of the team is in position, though. They could go right back up again. They've got the Lotus penalty, but has to be careful. He's stunned up. There's going to be the roll back in, but over on the back lines, FN finds a kill on Rabel, and Penalty, he's still alive and kicking. He's got that Satanic. He's just doing so much damage, and his hands are tied right now, but they're going to be untied in just a moment, Fog, and I have a feeling these buildings are just going to crumble.
Yes, they are. And Rebel, the poor Quap, this is just matchup. Nature matchup thing.
Yeah.
He jumps in, big no, he's a lion. Stuns him, hexes him, and then the rest of the team cleans him up. And that's your mid player just getting countered from pretty much the 4/5 just those chain stuns.
Right, again, they just keep trying to disarm this Morphling, but the rest of his team, they're there. They've got good sustain, so they'll throw a cookie hop over there on the Morphling, but he's still just focusing down these buildings along with the FN. Got a great jump. I don't know how they get in there. Yeah, I mean, you talked about it. They don't have the most traditional initiation, so they'll keep trying to just get their hands on Palantimos, but they don't have anything really to just instantly seize them other than that scythe.
Stupendous.
Yeah. It's been like the freest, one of the freer morph games that I feel like you can get. As we said, like the Reaper Scythe is the only death that he had when they initiated on him from the tree line to set it up with all the rest of the stuns. Besides that, it's it's just too tough to execute. It really is for the side of Winstrike. I think the draft from Unique just really ticks all boxes with what they're playing up against. Winstrike, they had a timer. Timer was hit, and now the game is kind of just chaos. They have to hope that Unique makes a really bad move for them to come back.
It's very scary because they're 21k ahead right now over on the side of the Unique, and they can pretty much do whatever they like at this point, whereas, you know, Winstrike has to set up a very elaborate battle plan, it feels, to find any sort of foot at this point.
I mean, it's Cheshire Cat, right? Like, they need to get a right Reaper scythe, they need to kill the target instantly to somehow outnumber the team fight, but even then, it's so difficult. Unique is prepared time and time again for all these jumps. What does FN got now? FN almost has his Lincolns too, so more ways to protect himself just in case versus that Reaper. And they can continue to, like, they can even go multiple Lincolns if they want to do something like that, since it's so good versus Reaper, versus a lot of these target abilities that Winstrike does have as the final racks. They have it set.
Look at how bold Palantimos is here. Just no cares, just running right at Dyrachyo. We have a refresher now over on Doom. We're gonna have double Doom.
Oh, he popped it, actually. He insta-popped it when he picked it up. So he'll just have the one Doom for the next fight, unless it's in, 90 seconds.
Right. They really want to put the pressure down, though.
They want to win on the next Doom. That's what that tells me when he refreshes it early.
Tower is under attack.
Power going down. There's not a whole heck of a lot that they can do. Although Winstrike is trying to make some plays here, perhaps. No, they're looking to grab the bounty rune. And see Dyrachyo already just hightailing it out like, oh, I got it. Please don't kill me. Oh, God.
I love that. The team's like, yeah, we need a little bit of gold. And he's like, guys, I got it. 100 gold for everybody.
No problem.
Dropping into the high ground.
That's what a core does. He supports and, well, he provides for his team.
Unless he dies there.
Unless he dies, then the team all flames him, and yeah.
He's in a very bad spot.
Ezra, I mean, he's got a second life, I'm sure. Sure, they do something with that, you know. They give, Unique more time to have that other Doom up. Oof.
It is going to be back. It is going to be up, so they will have double Doom for the fight. There's no downside to Unique waiting. Their draft just continues getting that much better with what they're up against. They get all these items. Winstrike trapped in their base. They can't even get their tier 4 items. Got a nice leveler for FN. He's about to hit 25 on the Storm Spirit too. Morphling also quite close, and Bignum just fingered a creep.
All right. You can tell they're definitely having a great time playing this game. They're feeling like it's firmly in the palm of their hand. Winstrike, though, they're smoked up behind their Wraith King. Perhaps.
I mean, that's still some confidence. I know, like, they definitely feel like this game is over. Their draft is so good in these later things, but still, like, just fingers a creep.
The worst is when you're, like, you've been working on a creep for so long, and then somebody just walks over and just, Laguna Blades your creep, or, fingers of death your creep. Granted, he is a support this time around, so probably not as bad, but definitely always drives me crazy.
I hate when people do, you're a Crystal Maiden, you frostbite the creep, you're working on it for 12 seconds or 10 seconds, and someone just runs over and just a jug just blades attacks it.
Like, oh man. The rest of Winstrike has returned home, other than the Wraith King. Wraith King trying to find some farm on the map wherever he can, and for all intents and purposes, he's doing a very decent job of finding it and not dying. It's just so hard because the rest of the team has not had the impact that they wanted, especially, this Queen of Plane. It has just been such a difficult game for her against all of these heroes that they've drafted on Unique.
Yeah.
This is a very brave Wraith King. Very brave Wraith King. Oh my goodness.
He's feeling a bit strong because he has Abyssal Blade, so they actually have like a point click disable. If he plays Abyssals, maybe they can chain stun somebody down. That's what he's trying to go for.
Yeah, but there's no vision over there. That's so scary.
No, there is not. You'd have to go fully blind into the high ground versus a very strong team fight lineup. And FN also has a DD rune, has hit 25, so we've got the attack bounces with the Overload, with the Shard. Some fun maybe coming into play in this next team fight for Unique.
He's got his Lincolns.
Fast.
All right, they're all hiding in the trees. Try to make some plays on Dyrachyo over on the back line, though immediately Walrus fights the forward here, coming up from Bignum. They use the ward, but Rabel just goes down almost immediately. Sunray coming out from this egg. You see Puckchamp trying to put some damage on Yamich, falls in the back line, and Dyrachyo, he's just chasing after Bignum. He cannot do it, though. The GG gets called. And it just seems like Unique had just the better draft and kind of gotcha with the Morphling pick here.
I think so, yeah. I actually so surprised that Winstrike was even able to push forward and get a Rex. I gotta be honest, that was a really ballsy move from them going up and getting it, which was, I mean, it set them up for a
There was a thing in the woods. But once a year, it left the woods to feast on us. Then one year, out of the woods came nothing. Another year passed, and another. Over time, we forgot our fear. And turned our backs on the dark. Slivers of the mad moon hang forgotten in our sky, slowly aligning. It is time again. The tide rises and brings with it something dire.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. Not everyone deserves kindness. Hello, Auntie. This all you brought? Yes. Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Wise man once spoke of what a hero truly needs. Speed, strength, wisdom. But this man was not entirely correct, for he neglected to mention the most important trait of a hero. Style. No need to worry, my dear. The forest, she is safe now.
Oh, safe? It's really not.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
Often I am asked, what does a hero truly need? Much depends upon the hero. Would you be swift? Then for you I have speed beyond measure. Then I can grant you the might to overpower any foe. Would you be wise? Then come closer and I will unlock your inner cunning. What does a hero truly mean? That is for you to decide.
Any layman with a feeble grip can carve wood or hammer steel. Even the tender hands of a child can grasp a set of instructions. But to create something takes rare hands, shrewder hands, handsome, brilliant hands. The hands that forged the first scepter of power. My hands have slipped through dimensions, touching things that warp the mind and test the mettle of the strongest will. from the far reaches of the astral plane, beyond countless dimensions. Monsters, beasts, beasts without legs, beasts that are only legs, heroes that aren't heroes at all. I have brought them here to answer one simple question. Can your hands wield the true Aghanim scepter?
There was a thing in the woods. But once a year, it left the woods to feast on us. Then one year, out of the woods came nothing. Another year passed, and another. Over time, we forgot our fear. And turned our backs on the dark. Slivers of the mad moon hang forgotten in our sky, slowly aligning. It is time again. The tide riseth.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Grimstroke.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Puck.
Dire team pick.
Dusk.
Dire team bad.
Draft for Game 2 is coming in hot, though Winstrike may be coming in a bit cold. As sadly, they were not able to finish that game off despite being able to take a lane of barracks. Maybe some adjustments in draft for them. Kyle, ultimately, where did we end up on the Necrophos?
I think it was more of a general draft concern. You know, you compare the cores, it felt like they were just inferior copies on the side of Winstrike. Necrophos can go Lotus Orb, Pipe, try to get spells off, while Doom buys Blink BKB, eliminates him from every fight. Co-op versus Storm. Storm's always going to outscale. Same goes for the Morph Thing versus the Wraith King. It just, I wouldn't say it was Necro that was the problem.
10 seconds remaining.
It wasn't the solution.
Someday, Owen, we'll get him off that fence. We'll lodge him off someday.
5 seconds
like
remaining.
Good view.
Yeah.
All right, well, the 100% banned and picked contested hero, Grimstroke, is the choice for Unique. Their first pick. The other hero that we saw, very highly contested, one of the most popular mids of last patch, Puck.
Yeah, Grim Doom. This is a pretty solid opener. Grimstroke ult, double Doom. Yeah.
I mean, we saw last game how good of a game Ghostic had without sort of the added benefit on top of it all. So. No, definitely. Yeah, you look at these two openers and how you sort of, regardless of the teams and the game last, that we just saw, you just have to prefer that of Unique's opening.
Yeah, it's a lot about damage reduction. No, not damage reduction, I suppose, but how much health do you have to get through? Because damage, we can understand, but if you compare the Unique Tricore, all these BKBs, 3 of them, and super sustainable heroes. Like, you're not killing a Doom. Puck's problem is that your damage output is pretty much based on your spell cooldowns. It's not sustained. So in a skirmish, it's kind of nice. Get some pickoffs, 2 rounds of spells, you'll take out anybody. But Grim Doom represents so much power. Yeah, so much damage.
I mean, as I said, you saw how well Ghostic played last game. It's your Winstrike. What kind of picks, what heroes can you think about that sort of say, how do you deal with the Doom? Are you picking heroes that are going to happen tank it, or are you picking some sort of vision meta that's going to allow you to prepare for the jumps that this Doom's going to make? How do you stop him getting the Doom off?
In the past, you remember we'd see a lot of double Lincoln strats? The offlaner or the mid would grab one, carry would grab one, you throw it on whoever was looking to siege. But it's just not really reliable anymore. I think Lincoln's just, in terms of cost benefit analysis, is a lot weaker than all the new items that have been buffed up.
Radiant team.
They go back for the
Lena.
Oh, well, they steal the Phoenix.
Yeah, the Phoenix was a big part of last game, and immediately Team Unique had a response.
That is like the old school, I think, best counter to Phoenix. You saw issues with the Snapfire getting in range in the previous game. Lena at more range and just insane attack speed with all the fervor stacks, even as a support.
Yeah, and it's even better now, right? Because but for the longer duration. So it's even easier more likely that you are going to be in the fight and have that attack speed.
Yeah. One of the better heroes, assuming it's mid, at laning against the Puck. You aren't favored, but you can't lose. You just spam the wave.
Back, yeah.
And also, I believe we're back to a meta where 4-position Lena is going to be super strong.
Yeah.
I'm convinced by that.
I 100% agree. And also synergy with the Grimstroke, double Laguna.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, it's another hero to throw into the combo.
All right, Winstrike, they're going to be taking a fast pace to this game, perhaps even faster than game 1.
I feel I said that before. I like seeing the Gyro, but honestly, with the way that Ghostic was playing last game, I'd still be a little terrified. This Gyro gets doomed in the team fight. You're useless. You need your ability.
Yeah, I was about to say it. This is the easiest jug pick ever. They needed a melee hero to play with the Grimstroke Inkswell.
And you're against Phoenix. You're taking out the egg. You're against the Gyro. It's going to be very hard for the Gyro to make moves into you early. This is
a disgusting draft, and I think a big advantage is one, they counterpicked the enemy 1 position, and the opener of Grim Doom, it's just so powerful. You can pick anything you want. It'll synergize pretty damn well with these heroes.
Any other red heroes you can suggest for Team Unique?
Axe.
Doesn't quite fit.
Ember Spirit.
Dragon Knight mid.
There you go.
Right.
I dig that.
Dragon Knight.
Another the stun with the soul bind, something else to throw on top of it all.
5 seconds remaining.
Another hero.
Blink catch for the Puck with the dragon tail.
I mean, I think that Grimstroke is one of the reasons he's so OP is this tank meta. These heroes that are giving Inkswell just waddle on in super fast.
Getting healed up as well now with the shard. Yeah. That's true.
It's a hero that's like 4 active abilities and a 5th if you buy Axe. It's just not. It's not fair.
Don't forget the shard. Oh wait, never mind.
10 seconds remaining.
Reverse that real quick.
5 seconds remaining.
Join me up on the fence, Cap. Much less likely to make any sort of mistakes.
Yeah, you just hedge your bets all the time.
Even Humpty Dumpty was doing just fine until he fell off.
Wow. Let's see if we can put together all the King's men to find the magical last pick that makes us feel good about Winstrike's draft.
I think you've got to do something special. You've got to move one of these heroes to the off lane, get a different hero for Palantimos, end the draft with a Faceless Void. You've got great stuff to throw in the Chrono, and it's something that could cause issues if it is a mid laner as well for the leaner and the jump. Sure, I want to see something wild like that.
Unique are the ones who ban away the axe.
I mean, for draft show, sorry.
I'm just concerned about a Void because you just... I don't know, man. Winstrike are just in trouble. Like, this draft is effectively all spell damage based, and I know I've waxed about the Puck Ags, but where's the damage going to come from on that coil against a Doom BKB and a Jug who's just casted Spin? Gyro is just not a great hero into Jug Doom. Like, not at all. They're too tanky. They have BKB mechanics, and like, you just get ran at. Like, if you get doomed, it dispels flak. And then you're just reliant on your Ags auto attack.
What are we expecting? What we're expecting the Phoenix and Tusk to be the supports, and we're still looking for Cheshire Cats here.
Yeah. But man,
maybe something like a Slardar, because it's against Jug.
Slardar would be nice.
You said you're a lot of magic damage. Well, maybe that'll aspect.
That's good.
You'd need something that wins you the fight, even if your Doom or your Gyro is doomed. So you need this Gyro with Ags to actually be able to deal real damage.
The Mag Jug.
Ugh.
Yikes. So this is looking at now a mid Doom and an off-lane mag? Or...
Oh my god, this is impossible to play Gyro. I actually think you need to make it like an off-lane.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
don't make Dracho play carry Gyro.
Okay.
You can do core Phoenix or core Tusk and then
exactly.
Gyro.
Take that. Don't put the Gyro in the one.
Because this is unplayable. Yeah. Like, you can't buy any items.
You're getting doomed and you can't kill.
You're getting RP'd if you BKB. Like, there's actually no way to play this game.
Get the Void.
Dude, how does Void play this
At
game?
least you're going to land the Supernova in the cooldown. I mean,
I actually have no idea what you pick here. Like, this unique lineup is such a monster, too, because they force BKBs just by having these two supports, and the three cores are just like, yeah, we don't care about those. We're going to kill you no matter what you buy. This is
a hard game.
Impossible spot. You've got 7 deuce.
Hey, I just keep on looking at the list, and I'm like, there's very few offlaners or carries left. There's so many carries banned in this pool already. For offlaners, there's no Mars, for example. There's no Axe. There's none of those traditional combo heroes with Phoenix. You got Slardar still.
Running out of time, man.
Phantom Lancer in the carry. What else? Slardar it is.
Okay,
stick with that.
That was probably they're still behind in the draft, but at least now you can play your style and perhaps get a W, because Unique, especially with an offlane mag, are susceptible to being beaten in lanes and then having the map choked out. You know, they need their Jug to freely farm with Empower. They want to play from advantage. Whereas Winstrike, with the Slardar early blink, the speed of a Puck, the pace of a Gyro, you might just be able to ping pong around the map, find tons of kills, and just own. Like, and that's kind of what you have to do. The early Roche also a possibility now because of the Mind Armor.
True. It does open up some of those opportunities, but this game just seems so much harder than game one. And, this is a game that I do not see Unique having any excuses for like losing in early racks like they did in the first game. Like their draft just looks so good, and it looks so hard for carry Jara to do anything against their three cores in sort of any stage of the game.
All right, well, let's talk about the lanes then. Can we win these lanes? I mean, Cheshire Cat did an admirable job of being able to win that Necrophos lane. Now he's Slardar against Juggernaut, another good matchup for him, right?
I think you've got a pretty good shot. That lane is the one that probably has to do best. Cheshire Cat's got to go off, win the lane, have a rotate from the Gyro with a Puck to get a kill and a tower, fast blink, move around the map. Like, you need to kill towers rapidly, deny enemy ancients, do not let some free farming Jug just outpace you. Action, double the kills. They need to double Unique's kills and have at least, I'd say, 15-20 by 20 minutes to be in this game.
And we're some high bars here, and we're a little pessimistic about Winstrike's chances here, but hopefully our casters are a little bit more optimistic about them. We've got Moxie and we've got Fog.
For battle!
Well, I believe I heard the panel say that this looks like an almost impossible game for this gyrocopter with everything that they have that is being thrown up against them. Fog, you know, I heard them. They said Cheshire Cats, he's got to pop off. This Slardar has got to be doing a lot of rotations. How do they make these things happen, though?
Fight, fight, fight. You have to just take like I feel like frequency of the team fights is gonna have to be the key for me for Winstrike. It's like every single cooldown usage, every single coil usage has to be like used together. I feel like these 80-second cooldowns, they have to take advantage of them, take very advantageous team fights over that. I think if the game starts to get like slow paced again, it's a Jug, it's a Magnus, it's a Doom, it's greedy, and it works really good versus not only the Gyro, but also versus Phoenix, which was one of the crucial ones in the last game. You know, just like the Sunray, the Egg, how much it did. This, I don't think, is going to be the same. Yamich, he's got a tough one. He doesn't just have to watch out versus the Jug, he has to watch out versus the Lina Fiery Soul as well, too. Seems like it could be a bit of an uphill battle for Winstrike if they don't get themselves a good advantage.
I mean, they showed a lot of heart in game number 1. Granted that, you know, it did start to fall apart a little bit. But, you know, that's definitely the possibility that they're going to be able to play fast and perhaps put Unique on the back foot. You never know. And that's one of the wonderful things that we love about Dota. So, fingers crossed here if you are a Winstrike fan. But definitely, you know, they're going to have to work for it.
Yeah, I'm also just watching, like, you know, the last time I liked their lanes, right? They had really strong lanes to be able to pressure to get that good advantage. This one, I'm only really liking the mid lane. I feel like the other 2 lanes are not going to be that easy. Like, slowing down a Jug is going to be difficult. If you step out of position as the Slardar, you can die. Bottom, it's a Magnus versus a Gyro. Gyro has very low base damage. Magnus has super high base damage, has a Lina behind as well. Seems like it'll be pretty hard for Dyrachyo. Mid, though, Rebel can win this match. We saw Miracle actually do incredibly well versus Doom, and now I've seen it like 3 or 4 times where mostly Puck favor. Even if the Doom gets some help, the Puck overall is able to actually harass him anyway through that high armor, and with those runes and, you know, all that mana being infused, can actually put some pressure on the Doom. So eyes on Rebel, really.
It's funny, you started it off, you know, I've seen Miracle win this matchup, and I'm like, yeah, but that's Miracle. But then, of course, you know, following up with, I've seen several Pucks now. So, yes, that should go fairly well. Rebel's got to be very happy that he's got a favored matchup this time around, just because it was such a difficult game for him. And the last one, just having too many counters to that Queen of Pain, where he wasn't able to do much of anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, also, I feel like FN is one of the more comfortable Doom players. I think it was Nisha who was playing the one versus Miracle, and Nisha, he just got bullied. Like, FN, he's played this one even before it got buffed, so I imagine that FN should be a pretty solid start.
All right. Well, can't tell right now. At some point, I'd love to see the CS. There we go. Perfect. Oh my gosh, our observers are so on the money here. But just checking out how everything's going over in this mid lane right now. You see
looking
the
pretty good.
Yep, they're about
FN,
even
he always finds this creep. Whenever FN is playing mid, he's always finding the Alpha Wolf. So now that should make it quite a bit harder actually for Rebel, since that last hits, you have a clear advantage. You have like 30 base damage advantage, plus the chance of critting on the Doom. The last hits for him should be a lot easier.
I mean, the really nice thing about this, especially, you know, for the mid lane, is that this time around, you know, you don't have a high chance of, you know, falling 1v1, obviously, because the Puck is very, very slippery until you reach 6, right? Maybe you get a little bit too aggressive. But also, you look at the supports, right? The supports are going to be babysitting mostly. You know, Slayer's going to be staying up there with Palantimos. Maybe the Lina makes the rotation, but most likely, you know, it'll be easy for Puck to just dodge away from things like that.
Yeah, and it'll be more likely that Pantomin actually goes and checks, because there's not like the craziest amount that he's contributing to bottom. Like, Dyrachyo's getting some good trades, but I want to see him actually go check as this Tusk, so that he can actually put pressure, because Puck is a hero that utilizes the, you know, the tag team and even a shard block very nicely versus something like Doom. And just pointing this out, very interesting pickup. Check out Dyrachyo. This is your carry Gyro. He's got an urn.
Oh, that is interesting. That is definitely not something that, you know, that people would think that you were griefing in the pubs if you were doing that.
No, that's usually your 5/4 gyros that we saw popularized so much. That's the build you go for. But I think he's also feeling this is not going to be an easy game for him, just because he's playing against some natural counters, and he's good.
Yep, in the bottom lane here. Looks like he's going to be fine. Couple whacks coming out from Ghost, but you have to be very careful. The top lane as well. They threw out that Phantom's Embrace over onto Cheshire Cat, and Palantimos is taking a lot of damage here. He needs to be. I think he's gonna be a first blood. He is indeed. Yamich will find that opening now. Slayer 2 bash coming off here from Cheshire Cat. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Is Cheshire Cat? Oh, I think Cheshire Cat's fine here. I don't think they have quite enough. Yeah, with that self, he's fine. So a very nice play there in that top lane, finding the kill not only on the core, but also getting kills over onto the offlaner. That's very, very important and needed to pop off.
I didn't think that lane was going to go that well for them, to be honest with you. I've seen it go both ways, of course, but I think they went too aggressive on the side of Unique. They went for the kill on the Slaughter. When I've seen this lane played as just a farm lane, the Jug usually just is able to free farm, but they actually went to try to kill the Slaughter, and I think that's when you actually trip yourself up. Now Cheshire Cat is significantly ahead, and they have great positioning in the lane from them non-stop blocking the camps and just pulling it back over and over again with Yamich. Now Palantimos has been a bit of a struggle to catch up.
The play? Yeah. Oh, it just doesn't have quite enough damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh my word.
Interesting.
Wolf, baby.
The response from the puck line too. Oh, that was close. That was very close. The crit, like we said, that Alpha Wolf coming in clutch, even using the Fairy Fire, thinking, okay, I got this. And then I'm sure you have that split second of, oh my god, I don't actually have this.
He doesn't get crit. I Rebel very likely just get killed. FN also bottled between the attacks too, so it was well played by FN. Very comfortable, as we said, on the Doom, very comfortable, always finding that Alpha Wolf as well. So that's pretty huge. You know, your puck now is actually losing quite significantly to the Doom. You're even on last hits. And look at the bottle charges.
Look at this. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That feels so bad.
Look at his face too. Oh my god, he face palms instantly. He's like, are you kidding me? He crits.
Oh.
Oh no.
And then zero reaction on the other side of things. Oh goodness. It's always
This is going to be one farm Doom. That's what that means. He's already going to have the phase boots if he does want to pick those up very soon.
I mean, I feel like that's just one of those things, right? You just didn't have any control over. You thought you were going to win it. You thought you were looking pretty there, and sometimes life has.
Sometimes you get Gabened.
Yeah. Sometimes it'd be like that.
Yep, sometimes it is. This Palantimos, he's still just really struggling. He got like 2 last hits or something in the last minute and a half. They're not able to reset the positioning of the lane. Yamich just is continuing to mess with Slayer, not letting him pull it back. And this is going to be a slow start for the Jug. Actually, way slower than I thought it would be. They get
the silence though. Not quite sure. The nice side step. They do have the Phantom's Embrace. They should be able to cut it off very quickly. But I thought that was going to be a dead Phoenix there for a minute.
Slight sidestep, dodges that stroke. Maybe that little slow would have gotten him killed, but okay. Dyrachyo actually having a better game, a better start than the Jug, which I didn't actually in the lane setups that it was. He's gone Raindrop, he's gone Urn, and now what? Does he just have boots? No, he's gone pure, just like fighting items in this bottom lane. The battle back, rather than going for farming first.
It's definitely interesting seeing, you know, the way that players will adjust depending on, you know, what they're going up against. And I think that's a good sign of someone who's got a lot of skill. It's just knowing when to change up with items and when to, you know, follow something a little bit more traditional. But yeah, doing better than we thought he would. You know, Cheshire Cat is very happy with the way that his lane's going. And they had several skewers now, too, back behind the tower with that gyrocopter. And they just haven't really managed to get that momentum going that they would like.
No, yeah, couldn't actually get any kills on him. He's 31 last hits. Jug's only 22 still. He's barely getting anything up on Palantimos top. I'm checking, do they have stacks? They do. Okay, so Slayer is preparing at least a 1 stack for the Jug to catch up. He's gonna need it.
He's under attack.
44 last hits on Slaughter, 23 on Jug. I don't think it should be that one-sided. I think Unique has really messed up this top lane. Winstrike has really punished him for these mistakes.
Well, good shards over here. Maybe he can do a little bit of enough damage to Ghost Stick. It's so hard though, every time they try. Not quite a look at these teleports too. They want to try to protect them. They want to try to turn this back around again. LSA does connect. Victim getting up a couple of hits with the Dragon Slave as well. Pentiment trying to provide the support here to Dyrachyo. Snowball, nice snowball coming through. He's going to pay for this with his life, but he might be able to keep him alive. No, the teleports are coming out. Dreamcore's going to cut use here by Rabel to turn back around Dyrachyo. He wants to try to put out some more damage. He tries to, but the silence comes out at the last second. panel hits off. LSA coming through though, over onto Puck. They'll find the kill. They end up using the Doom over on the Phoenix, but it does not matter. Yamage gets himself a double kill, and CheshireCat takes down Ghostix Courier.
Regeneration.
All right, they swing everyone over. FN gets caught. He tries to make a kind of greedy play diving for the gyro, and Rebel, he puts a stop to it. Nice usage of the coil. Waits as long as possible. Sees the hands go up. He gets the silence as well to control the Doom. And CheshireCat just finds the freebie.
He started wandering over that way, looked very excited for it. Ghostix will just skewer himself away. But I mean, you know, we talked about this, and so did the panel, right? They talked about how they have to play hyper aggressive. You've got to see, you know, CheshireCat kind of pop off. And I think, was it a bit of a mistake that they went that aggressive on the side of Unique?
It definitely seems like it. They just ran into this heavy battle lineup. Like, Winstrike is the team that actually wants the battles coming to them with the way they've set up. Like, Puck coil with gyro call, and once all that starts to kick off, like, they want to be random. This is the ideal draft to turn around those fights, turn around over aggression.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
With their draft. I think they should be playing more around just like that farm style, getting themselves these like solid lanes and just starting stacks. You know, they've got Empower with Jug versus a Gyrocopter. But now they're off to a tough start. Top lane, Slardar is going to have very early blink dagger. Pop has timing is going to come out on Witchblade. Could be a tough early game for Unique to fight back with.
Of course, to run away from these shards every single time. CheshireCat picking up the Invis room.
Is under attack.
Trying to set up some sort of a gate. No, he's just gonna go right back there.
Dyer's top
in the middle lane.
is under attack. You can't even imagine.
He's gonna have such a fast blink. That's gonna be huge for them to be able to just blow up some of these squishier targets. And,
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Because of all that increased armor, but CheshireCat he's already level 8. This corrosive haze and just his high levels overall, they're gonna make these heroes look a lot squishier than they naturally are.
Much like cordwood before axe's axe.
I mean, we saw when he just happened to run into the Grimstroke. I think it took 4 hits, maybe.
Dyer's top tower is under
Definitely
attack.
made them look like paper here. And Slayer has to be careful here in this top lane. Dreamcoil does get used, but in comes that Fed. The silence gets tossed out over on the side, and that's a big old egg as they're just held underneath with that Dreamcoil. It snaps on Slayer, and they just have to walk away. They can't afford to get caught under here as Yamage, oh, he wants that kill on Slayer so bad. The Sunray maybe not quite doing enough damage as he is going to be able to just run away with FN. Although CheshireCat wants it in the bottom lane, though. RP does get used over onto Doracho. He is called down out. I don't think it's going to be quite enough, although they are ticking down. He might be able to just surrender, but they have the wand charges over on Ghostix. So down goes Doracho. And the teleport did come out from CheshireCat. I don't think they really want to go head-to-head with him right now.
Get a healing ward. He also got the kill up top on the Grimstroke with a nice bash hit on that corrosive haze.
Vitamins
Still alive. They're actually setting up for it here.
Tower is
silence over on Doom. FN waiting patiently. We'll just destroy the Cardi.
Solid start so far for Winstrike. CheshireCat, he can buy the whole blink right now. I think he should. I think this is a really good game for it as he has the Puck also, so now they have follow-up initiation inside of these fights. So yeah, he's gonna have it, and it's gonna be a very good time. And versus some squishies, Lina and Grimstroke versus a blink slaughter this early. 12 minutes in, these guys are gonna die in one stun or one hit. Corrosive.
There it is, Fogg. He heard you. He took your advice. He's going to grab that blink dagger, and they're going to continue to put the pressure down here on the side of Winstrike.
That's even for Palantimos, like this changes the dynamic of the game for the Jug, because sometimes the slaughter might just take a long time to get blink. So you can play split pushing side lanes always. You have freedom with your spin. But blink slaughter is going to make it that you're always pressured. You can't actually push
Dyer's middle tower
as easily
is
on one tower. It's just a blink and a, that bash charged up from CheshireCat. Magnum's in freebie.
Oh yeah, he was trying his best, just trying to get them off the tower, but unfortunately with this particular lineup, it's just too difficult being Alina. It's too squishy. So.
Radiant's top tower.
What's also interesting is the fact that Rebel went bottom during all of that to just try to push them off, and they immediately just backed away. Side of Unique. Look at the stats that Palantimos is taking. CheshireCat though, hoping that perhaps he can get himself a pickup. Palantimos has to be careful. Slayer's here though. They want to fight this. They don't want to allow this. Been coming out over on the back line. Says CheshireCat just gatekeeping over here on the side. Does get the blink off. Just chasing after Ghostic. They don't want to allow him to do much of anything. As the Doom does get used in the top lane. RP gets used by Ghostic, but he will fall. Dyrachyo gets chased down by the Doom in the top lane. And the fight is still on. They're hoping that maybe they can grab Palantimos here. They did go and they used the Dream Coil. There's the egg, hoping maybe they can do enough burn. Oh, beautiful jump coming out from Cheshire Cat. As they'll be able to collect on Palantimos, they'll be able to collect on Bignum. And the Sunray coming in hot, trying to just heal up everyone. Can they get FN? They spot him over the tree lines. The trees are just burnt to a crisp. He is, of course, very tanky. Yamish having to be careful, but Cheshire Cat again jumping right in with that corrosive haze. Are they going to be able to finish him off? That was the question. Yes, they do. They find it. Rebel Sunhouse still alive. The Cheshire Cat finally goes down. Snowball comes out, tries to buy him just a little bit more time here as Ghostic is not able to get the final hit.
Oh my god, I can't believe they all get out. If that Ink Squall pops, they actually maybe get triple killed there, but they kill him right before it does. And Winstrike with some very nice invasive plays. Knowing that those stacks are going on, they run in. I believe Palantimo still finished off the majority of them, but a good aggressive move, just running in there. Unfortunately, they lose Dyrachyo during all of it. FN does make a nice heads-up play, but still feeling good that you're contesting like this. You're forcing reactions that are Unique, and Unique is really suffering because of all this. Ghostic is just very underfarmed as this Magnus. Position 4 Phoenix on the other side, actually surpassing him. He's gonna have to go for mech, and it's gonna be pretty slow.
I was about to say, I think, you know, if you're Winstrike, any time that they come to you, you've got to be really happy right now, especially because of the way that Cheshire Cat has been playing, the just positioning coming out of him. And now a Blink Dagger picked up on Rebel as well. This is just going to be so scary for the side. And in fact, look at the Slayer immediately. The jump for the Sunray heals them right up. Not going to be able to get the kill immediately here coming out. They'll get the Laguna. Cheshire Cat somehow still alive during all. Look at this Ghostic. He will finally be able to go and grab him here as they go and they Icarus dive right into the stun. Yamage next to fall, and now perhaps they've gone just a little bit too far as Pantoman also will fall.
Into my...
Okay, getting a little overeager there that time.
Yeah, just a little bit.
High ground kind of blindly. They get
Rebel?
He's able to buy back. Rebel?
I think this is a little greedy, my friend, but I guess he's going to be able to just zip on out anyway, so...
Arcane Rune Puck, the dream. All right, all in all, I think Unique is probably pretty happy the way that that one all does come out there. They blanket the area with sentries to make sure there's no vision, and Slayer with the buyback will net himself a couple kills to come back. And now they have Doom available, so that whole aggressive move was really did not have Doom, and they have RP, so the next fight they could still look to take if
Alrighty, you can see Rebel and Cheshire Cat both on the hunt together. FN getting spotted here. Not going to be able to go and land that crush, but they will be able to go use the Dream Coil, get the snap, but look at these teleports coming out immediately. Can they clean up on FN fast? It's looking like they're going to be able to. So another nice play here and dodge away from the LSA as Bignum throws out the Laguna Blade, but it just tickles them. They giggle a little bit on the way out. And look at this. They just hide the Grimstroke in the tree line. He does not want to get hit by this assassination squad coming out from the side of Winstrike.
Yeah, Unique still has the ults to fight, but Winstrike just playing too fast. These double blinks, these double bruisers, they have too much reach. They just get into these backlines, get into these squishies, and with the DD and Corrosive Haze into the Roche, Winstrike looking good.
Yeah. Definitely playing their draft at the tempo that's necessary. And Cheshire Cat, again, has just been very, very instrumental in setting up this tempo here for the side of the Radiant.
Going again, too.
Yeah, definitely dead.
Shiny objects. Dire's bottom tower is under
attack. All right, well, that is an Aegis collected now for Dyrachyo. And
right, this is because he got crit in the laning phase. Now Rebel has just turned it up a notch.
It's lit a fire in his heart. Is that what you're trying to say here, Pog?
It really seems like he's playing really well in this puck. 6-1 and 4. He's always just playing super aggressive, playing around their vision. Love the build. Blink which way is kind of standard now, but he's making it so much happen with it.
I think part of that too is just, you know, having the Slardar as well. Like, you know, the fact that he's got the Curse Phase, he's got the mobility, so he can really set up and allow Rebel to, not that he ever was really like super far behind, but just allowing the setup so that he can follow up perfectly and they can kind of be the cleanup squad afterwards.
yeah, it's two different forms of initiation, while Unique has pretty much none. The Ghosted, he's that form of initiation. He's got Mech, so he's not gonna blink for some time. Bignum has actually landed some really clutch stuns on the Lina, like predicting where the blinks were gonna come. That was actually one of the things that happened around the Ancients that made the fight go so well for them. But it's hard. Like Slardar and Puck just have so much reach to get on top of these max switch heroes, and this over-leveled Slardar is just a huge problem. Minus 15 armor on all these heroes. Like, everyone is unbelievably squishy whenever a Cheshire Cat comes in.
You have the BKB picked up now for FN, so that'll make things a little bit easier for him. But of course, they do have ways to play around that on the side of Winstrike and try to, you know, reduce. Well, maybe not reduce, but what's the word? I can't think of it. Waste some of the BKB time? Yeah, that sort of thing, you know. So he's not able to do anything while he's got it. I had a very specific word. For whatever reason, I just cannot think of it for the life of me. One of those days.
Much like Fortnite before Axe's axe,
it looks decent,
Dyer's
right?
top tower is under
overall,
attack.
if you get a free 240, you know, you get a free 240 every minute. Puck is ahead of you in gold. Like, that kind of says everything. Rumble is almost going to have Aghanim stun in these next few moments. So BKB's nice on the Doom. Your spin is nice on your Jug.
Structures can take
this
all
Axe is going to ruin the team fights for Unique. Just their overall approaches. He can go in freely as this Puck just doesn't matter weak foil.
Before Axe's
rather than worry about it.
Yamich has been down here for a good 2-3 minutes, and they just have not been able to push him away. They are putting pressure down on this tier 1 now. I don't think they're going to try to fight over it, but top tower goes down, and no, it doesn't look like. They know that Yamich is here, but again, he's got Icarus dive. He can easily just swoop away. In fact, he doesn't even want to stay here anymore. He realizes, all right, the rest of my team, they're not coming. I'm headed over to the mid lane. I'll regroup.
Dyer's top tower.
There's no fight here right now.
No. And you know, the other funny thing to point out is our gyrocopter who went Earn this game, he hasn't been in any fights.
Dyer's middle tower is not what it used to be.
Nice mana regen,
for certain.
at very least. Nice stats and mana regen.
It's such a look on the bright side moment here. Just like, well, at least, you know, the mana regen, right, Mox? Like, yeah, sure, Fogged. Sounds great.
It's just funny, right? Like, because he went for it probably because he thought he was going to be getting a lot more pressure on in this game, but his mid and his off lane went so well that he's actually has no pressure on him at all, and he's just like, whatever, I don't want to sell it. It's still going to have value. So, whatever. The rest of his items look great. He's having a pretty free time on Duracho, but, you know, he's got 2 deaths, but he hasn't had to join and show up to the fights. Like, his team has done all the damage without him.
I mean, considering that our panel was really, you know, again, the keyword, impossible. Very difficult gyro game here. He's doing a bang-up job, and I think a lot of it has to come from, you know, the fact that his team is just playing very fast and making the space and opportunities for him. So, smoke on smoke action, though, coming out now from the side of Winstrike, from the side of Unique, and I don't think they're expecting the wraparound.
They need to do him on Rebel. He is way too problematic. He has Aghanims. They have to find that target. Otherwise, the fight for Unique is going to be a disaster. They need to find this Puck. See if they can.
Puck might be walking right into the palm of their hands here if they're not careful. Oh, they don't have the vision, though, yet. He's hiding too much in this tree line. They're not going to find him, Fog.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
They're going to run into Yamich. I think that's fine. They did get the RP off, but immediately just turned right around Yamich. And Cheshire this time won't go down. Duracho trying his best here, trying to put out the damage. Is going to get saved by the snowball for a little bit longer. The Aegis does pop. The chase after Ghosting, they'll find the kill. And now Rebel, they still have not managed to get their hands on this cheeky little Puck. He is still chasing the death. There it is finally, though. The Doom gets used. Pentleman is still nearby. As Duracho is continuing, throwing out the flag. Can he do enough damage, though, is the question. I'm not quite sure. Pentleman thinking about going. LSA comes through. At the very last second, Palantimos is going to be able to teleport home. But they used the Doom, they used the Laguna Blade on Rebel, and they weren't able to kill him.
No, they couldn't find him. Rebel, he played patient. The coil, it lands on almost everybody, but they're actually just, you know, they held their ground and just stood there the entirety of it for Winstrike, for Unique. So it could have actually been worse for them, but it could have also been better. They couldn't get that initial grab on Rebel, and now Doom is wasted. Now they have a long downtime where they can't actually fight on the side of Unique. So Winstrike's still very happy and continued to get this huge farm. Duracho, he's almost got BKB down, so he's going to be way safer in these upcoming fights. As he did get earned charges, right? Or did he actually get kills when he didn't have on the ground?
I'm not 100% sure on that.
I think he was dead. I think he was Aegis respawning when the kills happened.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he got focused down pretty hard there. But now they know they have this window. They don't have RP. You don't have Laguna Blade. You don't have the Doom. Now's the time to make something happen. Again, Cheshire Cat seeing that opening immediately. They follow him, even go for the egg, just in case anybody else tries to hop in there all of a sudden. Look at Rebel. He's just hunting over here, but
Dire's middle tower
he won't
is
go for that
under
dive into the base just yet. Instead, he'll turn around, he'll de-ward, and regroup with the rest of the team.
Just keep playing smart. They still have coil available. They know there's no way Unique fights into this.
Dire's middle
Take a tier
tower is
2.
not what
Unique.
it used to be. That is for certain.
Jug still so poor. This is a empowered Jug who is significantly behind the Puck and the Gyro on the opposing side just because he's not getting the time.
Dire's middle tower is under
how bad
attack.
that lane really went. It's really
Dire's
reflecting
middle
everything
tower has
for Unique.
fallen.
Rebel?
Oh, Rebel finding this Jug. In silence, should be able to run away here, but look at these TPs. Dream Coil does indeed get used, and this is an ads on him as well. This is actually looking very, very bad for them as they go. They follow up though. They've got plenty of damage with that Inks, so they turn right back in again. Biglam is taking a lot of damage here from Thrachio, and they're just soaking up that Omni Slash. It's not looking good, although Cheshire Cat will fall. They'll follow up. They'll hold them into place. Do they have enough damage to take them out? Yes, they will, as Yamich now flapping those little wings, trying to get out. They were not expecting a hit that fast. And the Doom, oh, they want this kill so bad. Inksbomb connects. Triple kill now for FN.
And Tip Slayer for sure. The little heals that come in from the shard, from the Grimstroke, it actually keeps Palatinos alive. He would have died otherwise. They get a great connection with the double insult. Bignum waiting on the wings here as the lean up. Bignum is actually doing a lot of work, I gotta be honest. He's preemptively casting these stuns before a lot of these heroes are blinking, and he's getting the connection. Unique this time, they hit back, and they hit back really hard.
God, they got the double Laguna off during all this too.
Yep. The leash as well with the double silence on the Puck has to leave the tusk, so he can't go for a save either. It was actually like picture perfect moments for Unique, and it still looked scary right at the end until Ghosted comes in. We see that Inkswell, the mech, just heal up Palantimos that tiny extra bit. See his HP drop to about below 100 during all of it there, and everything coming into play. Unique finally catch themselves in a good stride this game.
I wouldn't say that, Winstrike is out of this by any means, though.
No, not yet.
But that was a very nice fight coming out from the side of Unique, and, definitely needed to kind of slow down the tempo just a little bit because, again, we talked about this. They need to play at such a breakneck speed on the side of Winstrike because as it gets later and later, it gets much scarier for them.
Yeah, I think just keep Vision of Roshan right now. You know Doom is on cooldown, you know RP is on cooldown. You have a great way to kill Rosh extremely fast. You have Slardar and Tag Team with Corrosive Haze, so just sit in the Rosh pit. I think just one person has to keep scouting it, hope for an early spawn, and it is. It's actually up in 2 seconds. This is going to be a very fortunate spawn for Winstrike if they scout it. So they're not right now, unfortunately for them. So it's going to buy Unique time to get these ults back online, and then the fight still looking pretty difficult. It's all about those initiations now that Ghostic does have Blink Dagger.
They know it's up. Yamich will walk into the pit. I have to say, they've been playing so tightly around this, they were definitely anticipating it being up very soon, so...
Get it.
They should be
going for the light. So they're going to have 8 keys and a shard now to be able to play with Doom and RP. That's very fortunate.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Here goes Roshan, and Thrachio will be able to pick up the Aegis. The Winstrike now.
Tower is under attack.
And of course, oh yes, so we have the shard picked up over on the Slardar.
Ooh, really nice with Gyro. You can't apply Corrosive Haze on all 5 targets, or however many targets usually. However, you get a nice stun combo, then your flak is going to be really nice. So that could actually be really good combos, especially with Puck too.
A soldier's fortune.
Feels like Unique is just going to continue to farm up here on the lower end of the map and wait patiently here. Again, I don't feel like they want to go running into them and taking that fight
tower is under attack
at this time if possible.
War has come to Radiant's bottom
It's still
tower.
difficult because it's like they do have these core matchups and they do have this Magnus and Doom, these BKB big stuns and big disables. But Winstrike, like it's not like they don't scale significantly as the game goes on either. A Corrosive Haze with your Gyro, Phoenix is one of the best scaling support in this game in comparison to the Grim and Lina. The Phoenix just continues to get that much stronger, so they still do have shots, even if the game does get to later stage. It's just, it's a little harder for them to execute in comparison to Unique if it gets to these crazy later game, later fights.
I know the panel was very concerned about the gyrocopter specifically within their draft too, as the side of Unique gets more and more farm, gets those levels online. It becomes very difficult for him to be the damage that's necessary.
Absolutely. Jug just has such a good core matchup versus him. Like, you Omni him, or you Swift Slash him, and Gyro has like no counterplay. He dies to it usually. Is
Still gonna see an opening. They'll find FN. The BKBs get dropped almost immediately, as they do manage to take down FN. There's the RP though coming out from Ghosting. They need more people here though. They need to be able to do a lot more damage. Laguna comes out. Are they gonna be able to take down Pantherman? Yes, he will fall. Ghosting also as well now taken down. Palantimo should be able to teleport out, but it was a good pick-off. There is no Doom. There's no, well, Doom the hero, rather. There's no RP now, and the Magnus is down for 40-something seconds on both of those cores. So Winstrike has to be feeling pretty happy about that. Lotus Orb does get picked up for Yamich, and they're going high ground.
They should. No RP. The Soulbind, I believe, too. So it's a great fight now for Winstrike. I'm surprised Unique actually even went to try to help Doom. Like, the mag going in and RPing there, they did not have the setup. They also used an Omni Slash. This high guard defense is going to be tough.
I just didn't feel like they had enough damage there at the time. And again, they did have plenty of damage, but it just, the positioning, the way it all went down, it just wasn't enough here.
They have to be explosive when they hit. Like, if the RP hits, the Jug has to be there immediately when the RP is happening. That was just, it was very staggered the way that they showed up because the Doom gets jumped on. So Unique, they'll live to at least keep their racks alive after wasting a couple of those ultis.
All right, we get the smoke play coming out from Unique. Player will lead the charge. Hoping to, oh, they don't pop the smoke though. They don't okay, they do realize they're there because immediately that ward gets taken down.
They're gonna know now on Winstrike. They gotta just stick together, keep this high ground. Duracio on the front lines since he's got this Aegis. Watch Cheshire Cat though.
Yeah, I think he will indeed get caught because they've got the Doom, the Stomp, and everything to just hold him in place and allow them to get the kill. Slayer actually being the one to get the final hit off, but FN does need to be careful. Does have the BKB. They'll use the Dream Coil over on Palatimas and over on the Doom. The spin comes out. Inkspol will connect. It's a beautiful A, but it's just a split fight over on the side. As you can hear that Laguna Blade going off. The mech is going to get used, trying to buy a little bit more time. Cheshire does find back during all of this, but Rainbow, there it is. There's the RP. It's beautiful, but do they have the damage? That's the problem. You just keep skewering. They've got 3 of them, but it's not enough. Those to fight that beautiful RP, just not going to be able to get the damage dealt as 4 heroes on the side of Unique crumble.
It was, they got the 4, but Omni Slash still on cooldown from that fight that happened in the jungle when he used it earlier. It's got a very long cooldown there. If he had it, maybe they can potentially get like a couple of cooldowns there, but Winstrike, they hit hard. Cheshire buys back just in case. And the coil comes out on the 2 most important heroes, the Jug and the Doom. They snap it, they get a full cleanup there. Winstrike able to surround them. Finishing up an refresher on top 2, so more coils, more spell combos. Now we're gonna get barracks are under attack.
This Axe Pup is just doing so much work, and again, he must be very relieved as Rebel this time around because the Quap, a bit of a disaster in game number 1. This time, though, you can feel that presence, and it's definitely something to be feared in this game. Aegis does get reclaimed, though, during all of this, so it does open a little bit of a window here for Unique, but it's just so hard with a lot of their big spells on cooldown.
They're so far behind too. Like the gold in general. Like the Magnus is poor. Even the Jug is quite poor for an empowered Juggernaut. So yeah, Winstrike. Just some big hits. I mean, Cheshire Cat as well as Rebel have been the absolute MVPs for me this game. They've just always been getting on the right target. Sure, Cheshire Cat dies in the last fight, but he baits the enemy team into such a bad fight. And yeah, these double blink daggers have done so much work.
Well, Satanic completed now for the gyrocopter. It is just very difficult to take Duracio down now. And another smoke coming out here from the side of Winstrike as they're hoping. And this feels very aggressive, right? The fact that they're like, you take one step outside of that face, Palatimos. You're not looking for any good times here. They do manage to get the Soulbind up, but there's too much damage over here. Palatimos, is he going to make it out? No, at the last second, Duracio managing to get the final hit. And there it is. There's Pathemos. They put the damage over onto FN. They will be able to get the Doom off, but he just doesn't have any friends. So he's just going to have to try to retreat as Pathemos looking for the opening. Once again, that does have the Inkswell. FN, though, that's too much damage. This gyrocopter is just dishing it out in spades now. Pathemos trying everything that he can, trying to get the final hits up. They're just sitting so very low, but they have the cheese. They have done the Titanic. They've done everything. It's a rampage now for Duracho. This gyrocopter that was supposed to have an impossible game is going to be one of the reasons why they win it.
Very nice game from Winstrike. I feel like they never allowed Unique to do what their draft wants to do, which is
Dyer's. There was a thing in the woods. But once a year, it left the woods to feast on us. Then one year, out of the woods came nothing. Another year passed, and another. Over time, we forgot our fear. And turned our backs on the dark. Slivers of the mad moon hang forgotten in our sky, slowly aligning. It is time again. The tide rises and brings with it something dire.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. Not everyone deserves kindness. Hello, Auntie. This all you brought? Yes. Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Wise man once spoke of what a hero truly needs. Speed, strength, wisdom. But this man was not entirely correct, for he neglected to mention the most important trait of a hero. Style. No need to worry, my dear. The forest, she is safe now.
Oh, safe? It's really not.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
Often I am asked, what does a hero truly need? Much depends upon the hero. Would you be swift? Then for you I have speed beyond measure. Then I can grant you the might to overpower any foe. Would you be wise? Then come closer and I will unlock your inner cunning. What does a hero truly mean? That is for you to decide.
Any layman with a feeble grip can carve wood or hammer steel. Even the tender hands of a child can grasp a set of instructions. But to create something takes rare hands, shrewder hands, handsome, brilliant hands. The hands that forged the first scepter of power. My hands have slipped through dimensions, touching things that warp the mind and test the mettle of the strongest will. From the far reaches of the astral plane, beyond countless dimensions, monsters, beasts, beasts without legs, beasts that are only legs, heroes that aren't heroes at all. I have brought them here to answer one simple question. Can your hands wield the true Aghanim scepter?
There was a thing in the woods. But once a year, it left the woods to feast on us. Then one year, out of the woods came nothing. Another year passed, and another. Over time, we forgot our fear. And turned our backs on the dark. Slivers of the mad moon hang forgotten in our sky, slowly aligning. It is time again. The tide rises and brings with it something dire.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. Not everyone deserves kindness.
And 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick.
Unique may have already taken down Puckchamp, but they're finding that Winstrike is a little bit harder to beat, as the series has now been tied up 1-1 with Winstrike having the momentum going into Game 3. And it feels like drafting-wise, even though we may have sided against them for this Game 3, in some ways, I'm just going to trust whatever Winstrike does. Which seems to be opening with a Puck-Tusk duo.
Yep, worked for him last game, run it back. I think the Phoenix also may have had a lot to do with that last game.
That's true.
Yeah.
Couple of wins, won every game so far.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a lot of damage. I think the BKB, well, it's not really BKB piercing, but Sunray just seems to do a lot of damage. And the sustain, the power it gives you in a fight.
Yeah. They've definitely got to give some respect to this game as well, to the potential of Cheshire Cat getting one of those solid heroes. His Slardar
Radiant team
a huge enabler to these heroes like the Jara, making sure that he did have the potential for that heavy physical damage early, and just having something to to beat up the jug through that magic immunity with.
So instead of the beef of last game where they went Grimstroke Doom, they're going for the mobility of Void Spirits as an answer to Puck. Do you like that more?
5 seconds remaining. Dire
hard to say. I think it's definitely more even. It's nice to have like at least some answer that can get things done. I don't know, as a matchup, Doom is definitely a counter to Puck, but the way the game gets played out, it doesn't feel like you actually have real tools to deal. You can't stop Puck from doing what Puck wants to do. Void Spirit can. Okay. You can match the aggression. The note I would have on the opening bans, though, Ghostix hero pool has been severely limited. He didn't seem very confident on the mag. He's known as more of a playmaker than he is an aura buyer. And with no Centaur, Mars, or Beastmaster, those are all staples in his repertoire. Batrider is not viable, I think, at all on this patch. So curious to see what he moves into. I hope it's not a Sand King.
He was playing, I don't know if they necessarily picked it up in this patch, but Tide was one of the big ones he was playing a lot with the squad. But I don't know where you sort of see Tide falling at the moment.
I do like Grimstroke Tide personally.
Why
I think anything that helps Tidehunter be more viable outside of his ultimate.
True.
Right? So Tide feels like, okay, maybe he's just a Gush and Ravage bot, but you give it an Ink Swell, he can actually get on top of people with the increased movement speed. He does a stun, he hits an Anchor Smash. He's actually outputting some good damage at that point.
Dire team ban.
We shall see.
There's the Phoenix ban. So no Phoenix ban there. Yeah. No Phoenix play this game.
I think that's the right move. The first pick out of this phase, it just seems too easy to grab a Phoenix. It's just... I can't think of a better hero the way these teams have been playing. A lot of battling, a lot of focus around objectives. And we've seen two pretty solid answers to deal with it. A Snapfire in one game, Alina the next. Neither effective.
All right, so what are some other big team fight supports that can replace the Phoenix?
Warlock, perhaps?
Warlock?
Dire team pick.
Does a form of... Would you call that percentage-based damage? Yeah, I guess so.
Fatal Bonds is... Nah.
It's a shared damage that's percentage, but not necessarily more effective against strength heroes. Unless you...
in a way it is, though, because then you beat up on the strength hero and you beat up on everybody else. Also, to note, I had not realized that Arzik is coaching Team Unique. One of my favorite personalities.
Why?
Over in Russia.
Why?
He's a nice guy. I hung out with him a bunch when he was still coaching VP. I like his attitude. And, I guess, I'm biased. Well, not biased, but how much fun did I have at the hotel bar with somebody? Has a really big, impact on how I rate them in their profession.
That is very accurate, I would say.
And there you go, Carl. You're saying this one as well. You're asking for some Necros, some AA. We saw a Necro. It didn't work out. We're going to see an AA this game.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Puck AA. I like that combo.
Yep.
Guaranteed Ice Blast.
Damage amp. Really good with Tusk, too.
And does this sort of put you off drafting some of the tanky heroes still, or you're still going to go for it? It's just that they will have a solid measure at threatening them.
That's the right pick. Stay aggro. You've now kind of revealed your hand as Winstrike, where you got a lot of damage, but you're like a Death Star. You want to be able to pick a spot, unleash hell. Will be much more difficult if you have an ink-swelled spirit getting right on top of either the Puck or the AA. Wraith King kind of changes the status quo a bit, though. We saw this lane in Europe last week. You're way more powerful than I think we gave credit for. Just a stun with a cold feet, the E slow auto attack coming in, skeletons, like they were just straight up killing heroes at level 3.
Yeah, and the 3 heroes you've got so far on Unique, I mean, they're sort of the definition of heroes that go in, will take you down, but bringing you down a second time is not really going to be any of these heroes' forte with everything blown on Wraith King the first time round. So it seems like a much better game for the Wraith King here compared to what we saw earlier today.
Surely this is, they should have seen this coming though, right? This is like the preferred Ancient Apparition core to play.
Yep. It is a nasty Medusa game if they want to go that route. I'm not certain that they will, and it's not really in line with the Unique style. Is Lifestealer available?
Yep.
I know. Yeah. Lifestealer is one of Palantimos' preferred.
Radiant team ban. Lifestealer.
There we go.
The go-to Wraith King counter pick from a lot of the higher level pubs I've been seeing, which I think doesn't really reveal too much other than what the regional Zeitgeist is for hero power, hero matchups, because with no real bans, no captain's mode, if I have to pick my carry hero earlier, you get your choice of what you'd pick against it. From what I've seen, Lifestealer is de facto best option against Wraith King.
Radiant team ban.
Does I'm presuming it does. Infest's HP increase that you give to somebody is probably ruined by Ice Blast?
I believe so. You can't, yes, it would be. You cannot increase your health pool.
But if you get it in beforehand,
yes, then it would be very effective.
That will be very nice to have. And Winstrike's lineup is looking kind of burst oriented, right? Puck, Tusk. They're looking to just boom, 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 take somebody out fight at the very start.
I mean, you already have the built-in delivery too with both spirits. It's just such a perfect pick.
How do you feel about? Well, I guess it is Ancient Apparition. I was going to say Death Prophet for Unique. Trying to think of another offlane hero, maybe range that does well against Wraith King.
10 seconds remaining.
You could Venomancer or Viper him.
I wouldn't mind a Venomancer, but it's just real tough. You might end up feeding. What else is there? Actually, you know what you do? Maybe an Abaddon.
10 seconds remaining.
Aren't you somewhat afraid? Like, I feel like whenever I have Lifestealer, I don't want save. I want more damage or control.
I think Abaddon gives you some damage, but it's more that you can kind of just be the frontliner. You can pressure towers a bit. LC's banned out, right?
Yeah.
I think that having a cleanse in this kind of game would be really helpful against what's a pretty rudimentary, like 1, 2, 3 stun combo. You know, the Wraith King opening, Puck and AA following up, Tusk.
What about Omni Knight over Abaddon? Just because he makes Lifestealer stronger? Yeah,
and also Abaddon deals with the AA a lot more effectively. Where, yeah, you don't heal through your ultimate, but you can remove spells. Another good option. This same concept, but no cleanse. Just tank up, buy a pipe, spam the wave.
And they were lacking a certain amount. All they really had was Grimstroke when it came to wave clear. So now Underlord can help you get to the right areas on the map, help push in creep waves.
I actually like this a lot now I think about it.
It's a good route as well against the potential Tusk saves, of course, against the Puck, something else to trip him up.
Yeah.
They're going to go for it again. It may not have worked for them game one.
What I say,
it's the start of the day.
It's the cycle. TI7, this is the meta, this is the patch. AA Necro, you cast the Scythe, drop the Hammer, the W, whatever that spell's called, Ice Vortex.
Okay. So is it a winning lineup. You've got a lot of playmaking still. You got a decent amount of control. So I feel like whenever I see Necrophos, I'm like a little bit leery. Do you have enough stuns? They certainly do.
Yeah.
Puck, Wraith King, Tusk.
Yeah, I mean, I feel especially after that second game loss, I think Unique maybe looking a little too shaky for me.
Yeah.
No, I feel it's kind of hard to go with them. I did think that second game draft should have had a lot better of a chance than they were able to show that it did. And this game with this lineup, I think that they are going to be able to put enough pressure on. And I think that it's going to be a totally different game for the Wraith King in comparison to what he was able to achieve last game, in the first game. This time around, I don't think they're going to be able to kill him twice very easily. He's going to have a lot of backup.
It's, I think the most even draft, it'll be tough. I lean Unique just because I think that their lineup is a lot more forgiving. You know, Void's like, they have the taxi out if necessary. They stay out too late. Then you have double Spirit with a Lifestealer who can hop in.
There is a Puck. That Dream Core is going to be annoying for these spirits.
Yes, but it's the same. You know, he's playing into an Underlord. There's going to be a very early pipe. I think the damage reduction from Unique and damage mitigation avoidance is going to prove too powerful.
Sounds like a matchup where the mids are going to be super important here, right? Because either one could have a super hard game, one way or the other. Yeah. Okay, well, that's the storyline we're going to go with here for this draft number 3. But what happens inside the game, that's entirely up to the players and our lovely Moxie and Fog.
Well, we get 2 different drafts this time around, and it feels like this time they're a lot more even. Are you leaning one way or the other here, Fog, though?
It really just popped up right in the middle of my screen, and the only one that I don't really like too much on the side of Winstrike. That AA coming up right in the middle of the draft. I'm curious to see what they're going to do with it, really, because I didn't see a reason. Usually it's because you see like your Morphling, your Necrophos, these big heals that are going to be coming out. He didn't see anything. The only things he saw was like what? Void Spirit, Earth Spirit, and Grimstroke when they picked it up. So I'm curious as to see why they did it and what they're going to be able to do with it. I think it's really just about that full-out aggression. Winstrike maybe feeling themselves a little bit. And yeah, I'm wondering if it is going to end up working out. You know, the Necrophos didn't end up working out the best the last time, and he is playing into a lot of silences, a lot of magic damage too. Wondering how it's going to end up all going together, as it's not traditional for your initiation. So I feel like a lot of the game on Winstrike is going to be on Rebel's shoulders. However, he had such a good Puck performance that, you know, maybe that can be pretty okay.
Yeah, but I would argue that one of the reasons why Rebel had such a nice game is because of the fact that he was able to pair up with Cheshire Cat and make a lot of these plays. And this time around, it's a lot more on his shoulders. Not so much, you know, you don't have that really nice ability where you can have a Slardar just jump in with the Slithering Crush and open up the doors for you. You've got to find these things. You've got to search for them yourself. And there's only so much that a Tusk can really do. It's a great skirmisher, though. It's going to be able to make things happen, but you also have very mobile heroes over on the side of Unique in the form of the Spirit Brothers.
The battle absolutely true. Begins. And in the game when he's Puck, you know, he's playing versus Doom and some other heroes with some wind-up, right? They've got some decent wind-up to be able to catch him. There's some just built-in silences. Grimstroke, you know, that one's a little bit of a wind-up. Puck can play around it, but Earth Spirit, it's almost instant. Aether Remnant, also pretty disruptive. And later on, if FN gets to the points where he gets like Aghanims and stuff, the game can get a lot harder. And yeah, it's Rebel alone, right? He doesn't have the backup of a Slardar jumping in with him. It's going to take way more time for a Tusk to get that type of blink. So yeah, we'll see how it all ends up happening. Is it's a tri-lane. So I guess that's the idea with the AA. They want to be extremely aggressive with this and just then switch it up, just get a good start, Cheshire. But nope, they move.
I think it's just going to be very, very scary for the side of Winstrike, just because, you know, again, you do have it's a position 5 Grimstroke. He's not going to be getting that shard super, super fast, but it's definitely something that they have to really be mindful of when you consider the fact that, you know, Slayer is going to be staying so far back, and he's got the capability to just throw this nice stun out over onto, you know, any one of those heroes that are very, very mobile. You know, some skirmishing here in the top lane. They are going to be able to snipe a courier, though, so that feels pretty nice. Let's see the taunt coming out from Pantomime. Yeah.
I'm really worried. Like this, the AA Wraith King. Okay, that's also the other thing, right? AA Wraith King. This is a tried and tested combo, so I guess that's the other reason that they did go for it. They just wanted to have a strong lane up here, but I actually quite like this Underlord and Earth Spirit versus the AA and Wraith King. They're just gonna have to pull the waves a little bit like that, but if this Underlord's able to get good farm and he gets a good timing on the pipe, like Kyle was suggesting, it's an excellent pipe here. Necrophos, AA, Puck, you can counteract so much of the damage that's coming in.
Yeah, I just don't see how they take him out, like, as the game gets later and later once he does pick up those items, because he's going to be so incredibly tanky.
It's going to be difficult for sure. They're going to have to throw quite a lot of spells on him, but at least they do have ways to take out tanky heroes. Ice Vortex plus a Necro Reaper Scythe can definitely just remove him.
But is that necessarily who you want to be using that on, though? Because, you know, the lockdown is a little bit light coming out from the side of Winstrike as well.
It might be necessary, right? Just to remove that pipe aura, because then you have so much... Because eventually he will go for that. He will have that. You might just have to go for that type of target. And even ulting on Lifestealer is going to be hard. Void Spirit can be a pretty elusive hero to play around, so there's still 2 targets that he probably just sort of... It's mostly Void Spirit and the Lifestealer is just tough to set up on.
All right, now got Rebel just a little bit further ahead here from FN. That's about to be expected, though, with the puck again being ranged and also having some very nice base attack damage here to harass with.
Great matchup, yeah. Rebel should have a very good start into that mid game. However, as you said, you know, the silences, they're gonna come into play. That Earth Spirit, we're gonna have to watch how much Bignum can do to cripple Rebel's game inside of the midst of all this. And just looking at lanes, you know, Palantimos, he's struggling a little bit down bottom. Necrophos and Tusk hitting him. It's just the harassment that comes into play. Just Necrophos versus these strength heroes is quite annoying.
Yeah, and there's only so much a Slayer can really do here. He has to be careful that he doesn't get out of position, because if he does, it's just a very easy sort of kill here. Top lane, the roll doesn't quite connect, but we'll push Duracho hard a little bit as Palantimos was trying to make some plays here over onto Cheshire Cat with that Inkswell, but immediately rages up, just backs off. He doesn't want to hard commit to this.
Has to be careful. Every time tag team's used, that's why he skilled Rage, just to be able to protect himself versus it, rather than having the Ghoul Frenzy. So it's more of a defensive approach, which I feel like actually hurts the lane. If you have Grimstroke, who wants to be more aggressive. Now Palantimos is more of a passive kind of style to this build.
Duracha has just been able to dodge all of these rolls each time. Not getting as much as they really would like out of that top lane, but
no.
I'm sure that the Wraith King is feeling pretty happy about the fact that this lane's going a lot better than the previous lane against Unique.
Just such interesting starting items too on Phantom, and I don't know. He's like starting to no build up on the AA, the 5 position. They're gonna try a Ghost Stick, but he's so tanky.
He is indeed. In fact, they are gonna have to pop those stick charges over on the Wraith King, and they're just gonna turn right back around again and just continue to farm up.
This will be a slow start for Duracio in comparison to the other game where he was playing Wraith King. Catch back up. That's the thing about AA. You have kill combo in your lane if you reverse is something that's actually killable because of the hold feed plus the stun, but Underlord is not killable.
No, I think you really would have to go after the Earth Spirit if you have any hope of actually grabbing anyone in that lane. And
a prize.
The positioning has just been very nice coming out from him, so it's going to be difficult to find it. Again, they just keep trying to make these plays over onto Ghost Stick, but he's so tanky. They get back here by Bignum. Some body blocks coming out as well. Ghost Stick, he is sitting a little bit low this time. Are they going to be able to get the final hit up? No, they're going to have to back off. Again, he's still alive and kicking in the bottom lane. It's the Inkswell will proc here on Slayer. He goes, he uses the Fairy Fire, uses the stick charges. Is he actually going to make it out alive? No, the shards at the last second will be able to get the first blood.
Who wants to be second?
Very nicely done, Slayer. As you said, you know, has to be very careful of his positioning. He steps up just a bit too far, I believe, to put down this Sentry Ward. It's taken out because of it. He will block the camp for the further pulls to prevent them, but does play with his life. Top, let's see, Ghost Stick. He brings himself a salve. So he's going to be able to counteract a lot of that aggression that was coming out, as we did see, you know, Winstrike. They used a lot of mana to try to kill him before. I think it was, what, 2 sets of cold feet and 2 sets of chilling.
Yeah, they've got enough damage to take down Cheshire Cat. Snowball will connect over to Palantimos in a moment. And there's the roll coming out now as we have a rotation from Bignum. This is looking like a dead Yamich as well. Couple more hits, couple body blocks. The shards are trying pretty hard. He's still alive. He's sidestepping, but eventually will go down to Bignum.
Your snowball
Good move from Bignum. I like that he actually comes down here at the 6-minute mark, leaving the Underlord alone.
Tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain.
This is nice, though. We do get the haste rune that's picked up on FN. He's going to hunt through the jungle, see if he can find any stacks or anything like that. Any stragglers, perhaps, but...
Okay. Nice deep ward. He knows Wraith King's going to eventually go into the jungle here, so potentially they could catch him off guard if he is low. They're also spotting out if there were any stacks. None actually at the moment. Winstrike's still 1k ahead, though, off of this laning start. Puck having such a good start, getting that first blood, of course.
That he did force FN to go walk all the way home earlier on, so gives them a little bit more of an advantage, and exactly what they need over on the side of Winstrike is for this puck to pop off. So all eyes on Rebel. Had a great game in game number 2, and he's hoping he can repeat it.
Look at this bottom FN, this haste rune, Cheshire Cat. He's very vulnerable. No points in the Ghost Shroud either, as it's all magic damage anyway.
He's going for a bit of a dive here. That's what's Jared. But look at the teleports that they immediately call out. Puck was thinking about TPing. Will cancel. And the top lane, though, this is not looking great for Ghostic, as he eventually does fall now that he doesn't have anyone there to help protect him and give him the little kick out in case.
And the power of the AA. It's just about that lane, that extra control damage. And he even completed the null. Actually kind of funny to point out. Any extra damage or extra mana? Sure, why not? Not your traditional 5 stuff, but works out for Phantom this time as 2k gold advantage now for Winstrike off of that one.
I do like the way that they immediately identify, okay, we can see, you know, how many heroes down here in this other lane. That means that this hero is all alone. Quick, let's make something happen. I love that. I love seeing that efficiency and that aggression.
Yeah. I actually, I don't, you know, I'm a little concerned still because of this AA overall in the game, because I feel like they might lack some type of follow-ups in lockdown, because it's like AA5 Necro as your offlaner, so it's like a lot is reliant on the puck to make all these
Radiant's
plays.
middle tower
Right
is
now,
under attack.
And you know, I'm glad that they can at least just go for aggression. They're confident enough to just go for aggression because of how these last few games have gone.
You have to be careful. They know that Palantimos is low. He's got the rage available if necessary, but the shards will come through. They're trying to body block. Again, he has that infest up, though, so he'll pop into a creep and wait patiently here. Over the side, but there's a step forward. It's a snowball coming in hot, and he's just waiting patiently in front of the Astral, so pop out, and FN collects himself a kill.
That's a fast snowball that he casted, too. Damn. But yeah, still doesn't get brought down with that Aether Remnant. Wraith King now going to go to jungle. They're going to give AA the lane, so a fast level 6 coming up on the AA. That could be really nice. They have good ways to combo it with the puck, too. And that could be really good for their attempts at aggression, especially onto this Void Spirit. That extra little bit of damage might be everything.
Again, I really like that they placed this deep ward into the dire jungle, but you can see now that he's walked out, he's gonna go see if he can collect himself the bounty rune here, which has been left.
I love it.
And now
gets it, and now you can maybe make a play onto Ghostic.
Yeah.
He is gonna get 6 off of this wave, so maybe waits till that 6 does hit.
No mana over here on Ghostic at all. He's gonna move back. And there is a little battle here in the mid lane. They'd like to pressure this tower that the supports are sticking behind over on both sides.
Level 6 AA. They're playing around the ruins, so 25 seconds until that next one will come out. They can catch anybody. A coil onto anybody will be a kill now with AA. They have ward vision of Ghostic. That's going to be the target, perhaps. Or maybe FN.
Yeah, I think they really would like to get FN if possible. Yeah. He's very far forward here, so the Dream Coil is going to come out. They'll follow up with the Snowball, with the Ice Blast. And that is a very dead FN, but they're going to try to follow up here. They have those shards, trying to find enough hits over onto Brable. Not going to be able to quite get it off, as again, Cheshire Cat teleporting over to the mid lane. Palantimos is here as well. A lot of action over in the mid lane as Ghostic is forced to just teleport away. And we do get a pause.
And we do get the same farm for Duracho. Even though at first it looked a little weird for him up top, the pressure was coming out. He's now level 8. He's got level 3 skeletons. He actually forces Ghostic out of lane by himself as they make an aggressive move mid. Everything's working for Winstrike. So that aggressive picks that they've gone for are absolutely working. And I'm loving the way that they're moving around. They're not really giving Unique much breathing room on the map at all. The Wraith King being able to push that Underlord out of top is pretty huge. I think Ghostic might just rift back up to continue defending it, but that's the fact that your one position is able to force out an off lane and give this motion to your supports. That's huge. A nice D ward they're gonna get. 2 supports moving together, playing around their puck. Mid though.
They'd be able to go and find a kill on Cheshire Cat over there. So a nice, quick little pick off again. Seeing that the supports are moving around a little bit opens the door.
Puny Radiant hides behind their fortifications. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The pressure's on here in the top lane. They've already rotated Palantimos up top. They want to be able to take down this tier 1. Again, like you said, Fog, they're going to want to farm up over on the Wraith King, and if they can take away those access points into the Dire jungle, it makes things a lot easier.
Yeah, it's a tough game state right now for Unique, though, because they want to pressure towers, but it's really scary for them to do it without the Underlord. So I feel like they have to just play around Ghost Stick quite a lot right now in these next upcoming moments, because I think the Puck in the AA will kill pretty much anybody, as we see in this replay here. It's an insta kill. Like this type of control and this type of damage this early on, it's massive. It's pre 10 minutes and that AA blast is online. So I don't think that Unique was expecting to get hit by that this early on.
It feels bad too because Palantimos made his own rotations to the mid lane and they weren't even able to collect any kills. Definitely feeling pretty good right now if you're Unique, or rather Winstrike. But Unique is going to be able to join up with the party wave here on top and take this tier 1 at the very least.
But also at the same time, Rebel takes that bottom tower, so he's not looking to defend top, he's looking to make his own moves, their own aggression. That's the big thing. The Puck in the AA, it's all aggression that they are going for, and they're even setting up for mid too.
Yeah, they want this Void Spirit.
Structures can take all the hurt.
They spotted the Grimstroke over there, but they have no interest. They would rather get FN, they've got the Ice Blast, they've got everything that they need for a good fight, or just a fast hit and run, so to speak. Slayer will get spotted out here, and they don't even need to use anything too wild. They've got an illusion run, they do enough damage, and just like that, this mid tower should go handily over to the side of Winstrike.
Radiant's middle tower
at
is
such an
under
early
attack.
time on these Pucks. Like, you don't have to use coil to kill some forest. It's just a silence and an orb and 2 of them right clicks and they're dead.
Yeah, they're going in. The Ice Blast should connect, and down goes Ghost Stick. Big Thumb not looking too healthy either. He'll be the next one to fall.
Radiant's middle tower is
when the
under
Dream Coil
attack.
gets used, they manage to find the Void Spirit over here on the side. Yules buys a little bit more time. They're not going to be able to immediately stun him. But Palantimos walks into everyone here. That is not what he wants to do. Is going to have to hitch a ride here on Slayer and just run for his life.
The
They're
red
just getting
mist
ran through right now, though. Winstrike just diving past the tower, not even losing like the Wraith King ult once, not losing a single hero. Now they're swinging toward top 2. This is Winstrike just winning in every essence of it, as they also find a courier for Slayer around that secret shot.
Does not
and just firm
actually
grasp in this game right now. 5k gold advantage, another D ward coming out from Pantomime.
I mean, they're just running at them. What can they do? Okay, perhaps they can pick this off here, but again, the rest of the team, they immediately show up, and Dratcha looking for any sort of opening, anyone that they can catch with those ice shards. Not gonna be able to quite find it, but look at them. Just the way that they run at the side of Unique. It does look like they will be able to go and grab Slayer. That is position 5, so, you know, if anyone's got to go down on the side of Unique, you're happy it's that guy, but how do you run from this?
They're just getting ran over, and now it's like, the thing is, they're not able to fight even when Coil's down. Now Coil's back up, so now FN has to be super careful the entire time that this Coil is available. This is really heads-up move from Winstrike. Unique is not prepared for this aggression at all. And we said, like, I feel like Bignum has to really step it up this game to be the guy to go in, the guy to start stuff, to kind of break up this aggression that's coming out from Winstrike, because it's starting to get too overwhelming. This Wraith King's going to start farming way faster than Lifestealer. I mean, just the nature of the hero. It's going to have Radiance at a very fast point in this game, too. And there's not really any moves that Unique can make around the map themselves. This is a big concern.
They might be able to find the Necrophosis. In fact, step forward, drop the Revenant, wait patiently, roll on in, Inkslow, but a big old Ice Blast coming in hot. Won't land on 2 of them. Unfortunately, they don't have a way to quite grab them here on the side of Winstrike. No blink available, obviously. It does have just maybe enough here to throw out that Wraithfire Blast. It doesn't have any steps left. The slow down again coming out here with the Vortex. The roll forward coming out from Bignum. He's trying to buy a little bit more time. FN actually going to survive this. They don't have the vision on him. He's going to be able to probably walk away. Yes, he just teleports out. Bignum is going to have to be the sacrifice. But he sacrifices his life to get his core out, and that's the best that they can hope for in that instance, because someone had to die there.
Yeah, they really did. Someone had to, and it's really just running is the name of the game, it feels like, from Unique. They get Cheshire Cat, who's, I mean, I feel like Cheshire Cat kind of gifted that one. He's away from his team just farming a jungle camp. Caught off guard, but as soon as the rest of the team shows up, it's full retreat. Unique. He didn't just be unable to battle versus heavy aggression. FN is walking back to base full HP, full mana.
Why?
It's just scared. They're so scared of all these plays.
Look at these wards too. Look at this. The second that they step out of that base to try to get a simple D ward, and Slayer. Oh, Slayer's just offering himself up to the king. He lets the boys finish him off.
Okay. Wow. Unique is crumbling.
Ghostic is just stuck over here in the corner. He's going to try to Dark Rift out, and I don't believe they have enough damage to kill him before he just... Oh, the sight! No, they do! They absolutely do.
Watchie, this is a disaster. Unique is just full out crumbling all over the place. Winstrike, every game, even the game they lost, I think they were winning Division Wars. This one, they were crushing.
You're just baiting, it feels like, the entire time. Even with, like, even just the vision.
Dire's middle tower
You
is
saw
under
that.
attack.
Dignam tried to step outside the base just to get the D ward, and immediately everybody just collapsed. All right, double damage does get picked up. He'll dodge very nicely here from Dyrachyo, but it definitely feels very scary for him right now. Palantimo's trying the best he can. He's trying to shove out these waves. But look at the way that Winstrike is just circling around in the jungle. They know that somebody's going to be down here. Ward gets dropped by Slayer, and they see it.
Way more of the map. Yeah. And another, like, I actually want to say that's, I don't know, I think that's like 6 or 7 D wards coming out from Pentiment as well as Yamich. They are just absolutely crushing it on these two supports this game.
Got some very interesting warding spots. I'm definitely going to go back and watch this myself as a support player because I'm really enjoying the way that they're positioning them. There was like a little cheeky one over at the... Because again, you know, the map has changed. There's a lot more of these little spaces that we're seeing.
These wards behind towers, like if you're just neglecting the high grounds, I've seen now 2 or 3 times now where Winstrike puts a ward behind a tower and it gets them just so much info. This time, it got dewarded. I think they denied it. And it looks like Unique trying to make their own aggressive move, but they can't.
I don't think they realize just who else is waiting behind. Yeah, the Dream Coil is going to get used over onto FN and immediately snaps, and he has that double damage. He wanted to be the aggressor here, Fog, but the rest of the team hot in pursuit. They need the vision, though. Do they have the shards? Now at the last second, they'll be able to teleport on out.
Space for Palantimos, that's what they would say. But at the same time, too, Winstrike would be like, well, we've got a Radiance already on our Wraith King.
They do indeed, and they have a creep wave pushing in on 2 different areas here, and looks like they probably will be putting some pressure on this bottom tower very soon.
This Wraith King is going to slaughter everybody. He has 5,000 net worth over the Underlord.
Bignum? Oh, Bignum. You wanted to try to make a play here with that Inkswell on him. FN throwing out the Astral will drag back over onto the test. Bignum rolling in, does get the Magnetize off of the rest of the team as they'll just jump in. The follow-up is here as the sight comes through. Bignum will fall. Yamich still alive after being initiated on. And on the back line, FN, he just doesn't have any way to get out of here.
To nothingness.
No hopes of fighting.
No.
They can't take a fight at all. Like even the small heals coming out from Chester Cannon, I can't believe not even the Tusk ends up dying. He's the one who gets initiated on from Bignum, and all of the spells from the side of Unique. Winstrike just tanks through it.
Bottom tower is under attack.
It's just looking way too scary for the side of Unique, and they're just always hunting. They're always moving together.
Radiant's bottom tower
and they're just applying such firm pressure on this game that Unique, they just...
their misery.
I don't think they know exactly what to do here.
No, I feel like Winstrike overall in this series have just absolutely proved it to me that they're the better team overall in the macro game. Like the way that they've been controlling the map, actually all 3 games, even the game that they
Radiant's middle
lost, I
tower
think it was
is
just
under
a draft
attack.
mistake. It was just a morphin that they could not address. This game and the last one, they've just looked so hot the way they're playing together as a team, playing around vision, and just playing these pressure points.
FN walks directly into Yamich and Panthaman. Look at just the way that they move together, though. I love this.
It's all grouped. They know that they can't do anything alone. The Tusk and the AA are
middle
always
tower
together.
is under attack.
All right, Dyrachyo is putting pressure on the mid tower, waiting for the creeps to show up. He's got those boys to help tank.
Middle tower is under
This is
attack.
a mid tower that's not long for this world.
Dire's top
And he's going to be
tower
buffed up
is
the entire
under
game, too.
attack.
Not to mention the Ice Vortex with the Radiance, you know, that little extra damage that'll be coming in. He's going to have Solar Crest very soon on Yamich, so he's going to be a lot stronger in the fights than Palantimos, who Solar Crest is nowhere near on the menu. Nobody on his team is going to be able to build that one up. So it's going to be a really uphill battle for this Light Stealer, who already has been having a very uphill battle.
Target unknown. The sword arm likes to swing.
Well, looks like they've taken all of the outer towers over on the side of Winstrike here, and now they've got their eyes possibly on this top lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under
It's finished
attack.
up.
God, look at Taracho just running at FN. You see that?
Look how tanky he
Dire's
is.
bottom
2300
tower is
HP
under
with
attack.
armor. Like, unless he's 5v1, he's not gonna die. And now they've got a good opportunity for Roche since they pushed in that mid lane. They're gonna start it and force you
Dire's
can.
bottom tower is
All right, so how do they approach this Roche fight? How do they contest this? Can they contest
I don't
this?
think they can. I actually just really do not think they can go here in this point.
Dire's bottom tower is
Definitely
under
feels bad, but they're trying to push out here in the bottom lane. Looks like they're going to make the moves towards the pit. They're not going to make it in time. Yeah, look at that immediate smoke.
Tower has fallen. Radiant found the
They're looking for that
weakness in Dire's
perfect angle
bottom
for this
tower.
fight.
It turns
And look
out
at the way
if you
that
hit it enough, it will fall.
Unique immediately Delta split. They get out of the area. They're like, all right, well, let's get some farm at the very least, boys, before we have to teleport home in high ground.
Yep. They do have, like I was mentioning, they do have the pipe on Ghost Stick. It's finished up, so a lot of that damage will be negated, but now the items have all started rolling in so much.
Oh, Ghost Stick. Ghost Stick takes a step too far out of that base, and he is just dead. So that's some of their beautiful wave clear.
Dire's bottom
The high
tower
ground
is under
defense. He's
attack.
actually pretty much the whole high ground defense. They have the stroke at least for the Slayer, but
I was about to say,
that Underlord.
Are you
that's pretty
going
much the only thing that they have besides the
Radiant's top tower is
Firestorm
under
here.
attack.
So, yep. Winstrike just walking right on into the base. Another 12 seconds before the Underlord's back up again.
Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's
Still the
top
crest onto
tower.
Duracho, so he just destroys his tower that
Dire's
much
bottom
quicker.
tower is taking many wounds.
Smoke over on the side of
Radiant's
Unique. They're
top
hoping to find a
tower
good
is
angle
under
here.
attack.
Slayer wrapping around. Got Bignum with him.
Radiant's top tower
Gonna maybe pick off someone.
If Axe was a tower,
still.
he would never fall.
Yeah, he's just standing very forward here. Smoke will break. Immediately taunt back over onto the Tusk. Bignum, okay, gets the Magnetize off. Backline Rebel, though, poking away. Bignum, he's taking a lot of damage. He is going to fall. Yamich, though, oh, he barely gets taken down. Duracho is just running at everyone. Takes down Palantimos. Is just going to chase after this Underlord. He just came back to life now, and he's down.
Begging are coming from Radiant's top
Waves
barracks.
in the meantime while the push is happening, but Catapult is still alive, so the
Radiant's
racks
top
will go down in the
barracks
wraparound.
are
They barely even kill the Princess. He does not have all in the combo, and everyone on Winstrike is able to cast their spells freely from that point.
Radiant's top barracks
I'm so
have fallen.
surprised. Yeah,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, when your Grimstroke is your only hope of being able to just push out these waves right now, because you know that he cannot be there because they're just going to jump on him. Like, that feels so bad.
Yeah, by the time that your Underlord got his pipe for you to counteract the magic damage on the side of Winstrike, Chestercat has a pipe himself. So your bit of damage, your bit of magic that you did have on Unique
rises.
completely gone, completely negated because of that as Winstrike cleaning up the game.
Duracho here, he just doesn't seem to care. He's just going to continue to hit the buildings. He knows the rest of the team will keep him. Oh, look at that Dream Coil on 3 over on the back line. So they're focusing down the racing, but he's going to be absolutely fine. Ice Blast connecting over on side, rolling forward over onto Bignum. Palantimos just taking too much damage. Duracho does have to be careful. He's got to toggle carefully here as Bignum's a little bit off the mark. Rebel, he's going to be able to go. They take down the Aegis, but this Wraith King still alive and kicking. Still has the reincarnation. Is not afraid of anything right now. GGs get called. Winstrike, you know, they started in the lower division this season. They're up in upper, and boy, they look good. They definitely belong here.
Yeah, these last two games, I think it really proved. I think it really proved that first game was just an outdraft. Their aggressive style, even in that first game, it almost won them the game. Playing super confident.
There was a thing in the woods. But once a year, it left the woods to feast on us. Then one year, out of the woods came nothing. Another year passed, and another. Over time, we forgot our fear. And turned our backs on the dark. Slivers of the mad moon hang forgotten in our sky, slowly aligning. It is time again. The tide rises and brings with it something dire.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. Not everyone deserves kindness. Hello, Auntie. This all you brought? Yes. Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Man once spoke of what a hero truly needs. Speed, strength, wisdom. But this man was not entirely correct, for he neglected to mention the most important trait of a hero. Style. No need to worry, my dear. The forest, she is safe now.
Oh, safe? It's really not.
long have my celestial brothers beckoned? But I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
Often I am asked, what does a hero truly need? Much depends upon the hero. Would you be swift? Then for you I have speed beyond measure. Then I can grant you the might to overpower any foe. Would you be wise? Then come closer and I will unlock your inner cunning. What does a hero truly mean? That is for you to decide.
Any layman with a feeble grip can carve wood or hammer steel. Even the tender hands of a child can grasp a set of instructions. But to create something takes rare hands, shrewder hands, handsome, brilliant hands. The hands that forged the first scepter of power. My hands have slipped through dimensions, touching things that warp the mind and test the mettle of the strongest will. From the far reaches of the astral plane, beyond countless dimensions, monsters, beasts, beasts without legs, beasts that are only legs, heroes that aren't heroes at all. I have brought them here to answer one simple question. Can your hands wield the true Aghanim scepter?
There was a thing in the woods. But once a year, it left the woods to feast on us. Then one year, out of the woods came nothing. Another year passed, and another. Over time, we forgot our fear. And turned our backs on the dark. Slivers of the mad moon hang forgotten in our sky, slowly aligning. It is time again. The tide rises and brings with it something dire.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. Not everyone deserves kindness. Hello, Auntie. This all you brought? Yes. Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Wise man once spoke of what a hero truly needs. Speed, strength, wisdom. But this man was not entirely correct, for he neglected to mention the most important trait of a hero. Style. No need to worry, my dear. The forest, she is safe now.
Oh, safe? It's really not.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Often I am asked, what does a hero truly need? Much depends upon the hero. Would you be swift? Then for you I have speed beyond measure. Then I can grant you the might to overpower any foe. Would you be wise? Then come closer and I will unlock your inner cunning. What does a hero truly need? That is for you to decide.
Any layman with a feeble grip can carve wood or hammer steel. Even the tender hands of a child can grasp a set of instructions. But to create something takes rare hands, shrewder hands, handsome, brilliant hands. The hands that forged the first scepter of power. My hands have slipped through dimensions, touching things that warp the mind and test the mettle of the strongest will. From the far reaches of the astral plane, beyond countless dimensions, monsters, beasts without legs, beasts that are only legs, heroes that aren't heroes at all. I have brought them here to answer one simple question. Can your hands wield the true Aghanim scepter?
There was a thing in the woods. But once a year, it left the woods to feast on us. Then one year, out of the woods came nothing. Another year passed, and another. Over time, we forgot our fear. And turned our backs on the dark. Slivers of the mad moon hang forgotten in our sky, slowly aligning. It is time again. The tide rises and brings with it something dire.
Let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. Not everyone deserves kindness. Hello, Auntie. This all you brought? Yes. Oh.
man once spoke of what a hero truly needs. Speed, strength, wisdom. But this man was not entirely correct, for he neglected to mention the most important trait of a hero. Style. No need to worry, my dear. The forest, she is safe now.
Oh, safe? It's really not.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Often I am asked, what does a
starting 4 days. It was Christmas holidays. It was, I believe, right before New Year's. And we're like, okay, season starts in 2 weeks. Get ready, guys. And people didn't really have the time to prepare to take it fully seriously. Now it is crunch time. There are no excuses. Everyone understands that the brunt of the points you earn is from the season. So you've got to win here in the league.
For Puckchamp, Melez, I think this is the story of this game will just be the offlaners. You know, DM gets his Timbersaw, Melez gets his Mars. These two players, they're on their biggest comfort heroes. And of course, if you're watching this now and seeing this Timbersaw pick, and they're going Wraith King as well. Grimstroke Wraith King does pretty well against a Timbersaw in lane. You have that wave clear, you have the way just to play out the lane, that sustain. And in the game, you eventually do scale to the point of being somewhat okay killing everyone else.
I don't know if I agree with you there, my friend. I think Timber and Jug are incredibly well matched up in this game. I think the bottom lane of VP is going to be significantly stronger against the Mars
going to be
than the counterparts against Timber. And this to me is the VP bread and butter. Like
no, it is. VP are in their comfort zone right now. I just feel like for Puckchamp, they at least have the philosophy that got them to upper division, which was that aggressive play style. Sure, Mars is in a bad lane, but I feel like this Wraith King, he's going to have an okay time. Like, he can eat through all of the damage. In the mid game, sure, he struggles with Timbersaw, but early on, like I said, he surprisingly, it was last season that I was surprised at the fact that this occurred.
You've been a Death Prophet here, right? I figure Pugna gone, VP will go for the next option. Viper is another potential
10
removal.
seconds remaining.
But I think if you just remove the AoE silence, I love having a Death Prophet against Lion Witch Doctor, because they can play real far back. Hard to catch them, but the silence, especially with the Octarine build, has such a huge range that
you mean for VP to pick the DP? Or you mean Puckchamp picking the DP, sorry?
Puckchamp picking.
Okay. With the Pugna
they
ban,
both could, technically.
Yeah. I mean, VP, I like the idea of like an OD, for example, especially when they ban out Pugna. Well, it's the idea of saves, it's the idea of just constant fight, but it depends. Second season, new style. DPC so far played Invoker, Storm, and Beastmaster.
When you do not have overall last pick, it is something of a vote of confidence for the hero pool size of that player, right?
Yeah, it's also about being able to pick the right hero that isn't going to be countered by X or Y. It's you pick it with confidence of, we know what's coming, but we've already covered it with the Timbersaw or the Juggernaut. And it does help for sure in scenarios where your mid is comfortable, because there are some mid players where they don't like this pick position because their hero pool is a little bit more kind of unique, where the counters are so obvious.
That's also why I think more teams have been comfortable first twoing their mid, because it's like, okay, well, do you want Void Spirit, Puck, or Storm? And okay, they get it last here for
this is like
GBK.
This is like the generic hero.
Yeah. Well, the thing, it's just what is good other than these generic heroes, because they do stuff. To be a viable mid hero right now, you've got to be able to utilize Quick Bottle and Water Runes.
10 seconds
so mana
remaining.
must equal creep kills, preferably AoE. There really aren't many of those that also have built-in disables, escape mechanisms, and mid-game peaks. And DP for Puckchamp is the pick. I can't see anything better.
The nice thing regarding Puckchamp is they do play the Mars into two roles as well. They played it mid before, and obviously into the offlane. So right now, I feel like they might even be asking, put the Mars mid, maybe into the Void Spirit if they don't want the DP, and it allows them to have a stronger offlane matchup to maybe punish the Juggernaut. Or pick a hero to play into Timbersaw. But I still feel Grim Wraith King should.
Okay. I get where you're going. You could go for the Necrophos we just saw win a couple games, but I'd be a little concerned. Just a bit, because I just think Death Prophet's still one of the most underpicked heroes in the patch. Huge buff to core DP was the change to Crypt Swarm's mana cost. It used to be 165 at peak, now it's 125. So levels just turn in, like, you can farm so much more efficiently. They have a lot of time to think about it, to be fair.
Yeah, Virtus.Pro, like we've already mentioned, they're in full comfort. If you think about their timings, it's going to be the Timbersaw applying pressure in lane, looking to take that early tower when Wraith King eventually does look to go jungle. From that, your Juggernaut should have a good time if he's laning into Mars. If he's laning into a new hero, might be troublesome with the counter, but VP, they're going to have 3 lanes that should go even, worst case scenario. They shouldn't be losing any lanes with the heroes that they had. And I think that's Virtus.Pro's way of going, all respect, and their approach, I think, to why they're so dominant in the region is they always seem to have strong lanes that allows them to, win the lanes and hit their team timings that they know so well. and then they go for Batrider.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so they are going to do Mela's back. Yep, they put them mid-Mars. Okay, so they're trying to apply pressure to Timbersaw. Batrider used to be the counter to Timbersaw. Nowadays, I think it's not as hard counter. It's more like a 50-50, but...
Are you aggro tri-laning into the Juggernaut Witch Doctor lane? Because otherwise you're putting a bat against the Jug.
Yeah, I
think they're tri-laning into tri-lane, right?
Yeah, I think they're going to go for an absolute brawl. They're going to allow Melez and DM just to, do the 1v1, and they'll see how it goes. So,
okay,
sure. I like the fact that Puckchamp they are just trying to be a bit more, creative on the take. They're not just going to accept let's play dual lanes. It could be atrocious. They could lose the tri-lane because of in the Maledict and just the annoyance that VP has. But if it goes their way, you get this quick BKB.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a risk. If the bat works, it works because they have no cleanse for it. So this is a great game. And yes, the Jug into lane against bat, if that's the matchup they get, that can be tough to deal with. But you get the spin, you lasso it. Like you have so much raw damage output with the Mars Wraith King that everybody will die in the span of a lasso. There's no save, just some light counter initiation.
I just like the fact that you said about how good of a bat game it is. Sure, bat's not so hot right now, but there have been times in previous series where this bots BKB in season 1 surprises you that you have no way to rebuttal it.
You can't do anything.
This is the exact game.
Lasso's up, that's a kill. So that's what we're going to need to see out of
Melis v the world for sure.
And in all cases, though, it's a forgotten meta for the most part. But tri-lane versus tri-lane, that's where the game will be decided. If one team can roll over.
They could surprise. It could just be 2-1-2, and everything we said was worthless. But I hope it's a tri-lane. I hope it's a tri-lane, and I hope it's Bat v Timber. That would be very exciting from Puckchamp to kind of bring that to this type of game.
Well, I think what everyone hopes for is that it's a exciting and close game. Can Puckchamp bring that against the real champs in Virtus.Pro? Go now to Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Cap. Yes, a real test indeed here for Puckchamp. This is it's going to be a challenge for them. The team coming up from the lower division and now having to face up against VP. What do you think the chances are here, Fog? And do you like this? In the hero that a lot of teams have straight the nerfs.
It's definitely intriguing, and if you're really comfortable going for it, the hero can still have its usages. It's not a farmer anymore. I think that's the first thing that people need to recognize when you are trying to play this hero. You cannot be like, I'm gonna go farm ancients, I'm gonna go farm anything. You have to just play aggressive. And if they can get this lane set up, they get the Batrider versus the Timber. It used to be incredibly strong. You just end up like taking over the matchup like at level 3 or 4. You kind of just force the Timber out of lane. So we'll see. Melis, he is that master tier Batrider, so has to be very comfortable with this matchup, and we'll see. I think this is a very nice aggressive draft kind of coming out from both sides. VP always goes for safe lanes. They're always really, really safe about how they do set them up, never really picking just a losing lane straight up. They're always going to be able to fight back. So we're going to get lots of fights, Owen.
Sure. So in that sense, do you think VP won't let it be sort of like a Timber versus Bat setup? They'll change something, whether it be having support back up for the Timber or just not having that matchup at all?
This pleases me.
I think they'll probably change things. I think they may even just like put the Lion behind the Timber, because that completely changes the whole matchup. If Timber starts to get away with a couple levels, then it starts to be able to, like a +1, and Timber's damage is actually pretty significant versus Batrider. You have to remember you are quite high strength game, so it does, it's still painful, Sure, it's not your main attribute, but it still is going to be painful whenever you get hit from these spells.
The battle begins!
Death in particular.
See, VP setting up there, see if they can find something, but Puckchamp not going to walk into the trap that VP tried to set. And we'll see.
And it's going to be the tri-lane.
Okay. So when it comes to that, does Melis stay down here, or they'll have to switch it up, or will he just sort of sack the tough lane?
Where I can.
Ooh, he might just have to sack it, but then you're picking Batrider in a place where he's not going to be dominating lane, and that's where the hero overall has shown his weaknesses, and that's why he's like not really picked so much. So these early aggressive wards, I think, is really crucial for VP. They get the setup they want, the Jug versus Bat with Witch Doctor, and they bring the Lion top. He saved his TP too. He Timber chained across the map to get up there, so he'll have a TP if you'd like to move in case they do, and he'll just have to accept with the fact that he's going to have a bit of a tough start on the Timber.
Sure, but with that in mind, that Meles against a Jug Witch Doctor is going to have an infinitely worse time.
Yeah, as soon as those boots come out, I think we're going to see Nightfall. Everyone is just going to rush those up immediately so that those boots on the bat will be counteracted. And they're just going to chase him out. They're not going to really let him play on the wave. They're going to power deny.
I mean, what did he do?
Problem.
Did he just go pull the small camp? I mean, he can't, right? It was blocks as well, right? Yeah, they've got that figured out, VP. So, I mean, we'll see. As you said, you know, Master Tier Bat, maybe he is going to be able to show us how this hero can work, even if you do have a bad start. Even though, as you say, the recovery methods of this hero have just been shut down completely with the nerfs.
Yes, they have been. He gets boots, and he instantly brings out Windlace with his first set of gold. So he's just trying to get that movement speed so he can counteract the Jugs boots that are coming out. Might end up working for him. Might actually get a little bit down here, but we do see DM. He's also starting to get some stuff top, even though the pull is blocked. The lane it pushed in. They just made a couple extra last-hit mistakes that caused it to go into his favor.
And this top lane with the tri-lane, they have Puckchamp. Is there much kill potential against these two heroes, or VP able to deal with this aggression, you know, this sort of the kill-hungry tri-lane that the Puckchamp do have?
They should be able to get kills on DM, but it's going to be, you know, if Save isn't in position to get the stun, because he's got a good way to bail him out. If he just connects like a single stun, he's going to be able to Timber Chain out on DM. So they should be protected as long as Save doesn't get out of position. Other mid lane. So pretty good for Desperate. It was Boranya, right? I'm not mistaken.
No, Boranya's a different team, right?
Maybe I am confused. Yeah. So completely.
Yeah, that's.
I clicked on his profile and he renamed for something.
No, this Desperate. Okay. Desperate's Desperate, as far as I'm aware. No, yeah, a lot of sort of names that people just won't be familiar with. You know, I think so. Their first real showing, a lot of these players, was that lower division last season. So really getting to see if they can prove themselves here.
Okay. Well, he's doing really well mid. He's actually doing excellent versus that Void Spirit at the moment, dominating the matchup.
Yeah, well, because what did you see? Because I mean, a lot of players do like to name themselves other players when they're playing pubs.
I thought I thought he played with them. But maybe I'm just totally confused right now.
Yeah, Branya. Yeah, we'll check afterwards. But no, Branya's on another squad. I'm like 99% sure.
I thought he played the Beastmaster for them, one of the games that they did play. I might be totally confusing myself. Either way, Desperate, he's having an excellent time in the mid lane. Wraith King also with this tri-lane. He's having a good start. Shifting for the Jug, so kind of similar on both sides at the moment. Timber just getting a little more than the bat. And Timber overall, he won't have ways to bail himself out. I'm really wondering how this bat is going to end up.
Sure, it's 5 CS at 3 minutes in. I mean, it's, as you said, this is what's going to happen when he's against the lane that he's against. But Puckchamp, they didn't try and change up the lanes. They accepted it when it got handed to them. So they have decided to work with this. And yeah, Melez is going to have to show us some sort of magic. And if he can make the hero work in this situation, then teams, they got to respect the Melez bat. If he can make something happen after being set up for a very rough start.
He's just going to start doing some jungling, so he'll be able to, he's going to be a little bit slow, but he does have at least 6 stacks up on it, so he'll get something at the very least. He'll have to use like his whole mana pool to kill this camp. But mid is, they're even tipping Desperate. Like, they know how well his lane is going. He actually pushed GPK out almost of the entire lane. He has pretty much every single one of those CS. I actually don't think he's missed much of anything.
Oh, look at it go! Oh, for sure. Yeah, I don't think he has.
I think 36 would be perfect, right? So he's only missed 1 creep so far on the Mars.
See if, have they got any sort of potential to make a move on GPK when Desperate hits the 6? I guess it's hard, right? Forward Spirit's always going to be able to jump out. They don't have an instant catch really on the lineup. A lot of very telegraph spells that GPK will be able to avoid.
It will be hard for them to catch GPK throughout most stages until they do have, like, if he does go for Yules on Desperate, which is probably going to be the case this game, or high chance that he does, since he's versus both the Timber and the Void Spirit. He can set up some nice quick spears. DM though is getting to level, so he's hit level 4, feeling very strong now with level 2 reactive, but he's got backup.
He does, he's got a lot of backup. Kingslayer coming over as well. I'll get the cask down onto the Wraith King. Crit's in trouble. He's going to pop pretty low here to the Maledictix. In fact, he's dead. Yeah, he's not going to be able to keep himself alive, as that is going to be first blood, taking down Crit, and also taking down Astral DM. A tower hits are coming in, but he's got the Salve ready to go, and he's able to walk away alive as VP take down the 2. Smart move, just making sure that they've got Kingslayer in position and ready to fight back against Puckchamp's tri-lane.
great move by him. Like, he actually walks up there, saves his TP, gets that kill setup, TP's bottom. Now he's with the Jug in case the Bat Rider does start to lane again. And this is the problem about that. You know, that Bat Rider.
GPK. I mean, they're going to have to snowball, but Desperate, he's very low. We'll pop the Fairy Fire. And now they're actually looking to turn. They've trapped GPK in the arena. GPK got any measure to jump out. In fact, he's going to try and get back in onto Desperate, but further backup comes in. They bring down GPK and keep Desperate alive. Oh, and now save.
From Astral.
Radiant's bottom tower is
damage
under
for this
attack.
won't be quite enough, even with the Earn. So Save will manage to walk away. But what a snowball save. I mean, it was a smooth move from VP to open up, but Puckchamp prepared.
Such quick reaction from the Tusk, really. Just if he's not there at that exact moment, it's a kill.
He's gone.
Saving up
bottom tower.
Nice. Pins the tree here with a spear.
Oh. And Nightfall is here.
They can't poke too hard at the Jug.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kingslayer. He's going to go down. The Omni Stash. Ooh, last two bounces not working in Nightfall's favor as Melez. He's going to be fine.
Welcome.
Great spears. Great plays from Melez too. Just
the
using
red
sticky.
mist spreads
Just using like any of his spell damage to sticky. And now he's got lasso too.
He's going to look for save. He's got him. Dragging back into the Firefly. Another kill for him. So despite the tough start, I mean, Melez getting 2 kills already down here. 7.5 minutes in. Looking very nice.
He's quite farmed too. He's almost level 7. That's pretty huge. 800 gold on top of the bottle and the boots and the windlace.
Tower is under attack.
And there is a change that did happen. You know, Bat Rider overall was nerfed, but lasso damage was actually increased. So when you do get those early lassos, it is quite strong if you're sticky.
Okay.
That's great.
Got the damage. Yeah, with the Maledict. It's going to be very little they can save, and they'll buy him some time in the snowball. Is it actually enough to save him against the ticks of damage? It is. Another nice move from Astral. Astral keeping his mid covered multiple times now on the Tusk.
And that one's not a snowball just instantly. He snowballs to the left onto the creep wave dude, pulls him out of any type of aggressive.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looking very nice. I mean, all things said and done, 8 minutes in, you're keeping the net worth level with VP. You're feeling pretty good about yourselves here, Puckchamp, with this opening.
Especially with like a Bat Rider pick, right? The Bat who is getting little to nothing ends up making it work throughout this laning phase. He's gonna have boosted travel at a pretty good time. He's only level 7. It's like he wasn't even in that sack lane.
Bubble from the void.
This is huge stuff for them. Absolutely showing what Melez can do on a hero that pretty much the entirety of the offlaners you'll see here in pretty much all the regions, you know, they're not going to want to pick Bat. And especially if they knew it was, if any of the offlaners knew they had to play it into the matchup, the Melez has had to. But he's not fed, he's got farm, and he's having a game.
He's trying to actually make a move on to save. Nightfall this time is around in the area.
Like cordwood before axes
enough a little more than he can shoot, but he's actually still a Firefly, so he's under attack. Slide into the trees and he'll be okay.
Nicely done.
Very nice.
I mean, he's no longer sort of this hero that they can just step up and kill. Especially with Desperate heading over. Desperate's coming in with a haste screen. Top lane, DM and Kingslayer will manage to get the jump onto Takalis.
Much like cordwood before axes
lane, GPK.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Enough catch to control him.
This pleases
DM is going to be a big problem for them, though. Melez is going to have to be that solution for the Timbersaw in particular in this game, because other than that, he's got an excellent matchup in this game. DM, the early pick Timbersaw versus Wraith King, Mars, and Tusk.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain.
No, I guess the one thing that could be a little irritating for him, as we've seen, is that Phantom's Embrace. You know, if he's able to get it in when the Chakram's out, he's going to have team members about. This is going to be very limited in how he can fight back.
They're going to hit him here. They should be able to bring him down. Also a tag team, level 3 tag team.
With tag team and the Embrace, everyone. Yeah, if they can get the silence on him, he's probably going to die. As they've got the snowball. Silence out straight away, and no struggle at this point of the game. If they have that sort of, as you said, just a damage buff up from the tag team and the control from the silence of the Phantom's Embrace. When he's alone, he will be a free kill at this early point of the map. So, again, smooth moves from Puckchamp. They'll also be able to get back over towards mid, and we'll look to push back this pressure from VP.
Ooh. If Melis gets a good flame break knockback into a lasso instantly, that's just a dead GPK right there with Desperate following up with the spear. He tries for it, doesn't quite connect, but they will stop
Spare
it.
me the tears. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very good farm on the Wraith King. 2,900 into the Radiance. He's going straight for the Radiance rush this game. No armlet. And it's going to pay off. The Relic very likely to be done before VP can make an active move against him.
Much like Cordwood before
I think I'm okay with him just going Radiance because he has this full free lane. Doesn't want to go for
he's getting away with it.
Him. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Nightfall also, he's going to go full green. He's going for Battle Fury. Both going to be able to match themselves in that farm potential as the game does progress.
Yeah.
Bottom.
To get the Firefly off again, is he able to move over the trees and far enough away? Oh, the slash bounces the wrong way! Oh, unless he just casually tanks 2 ultimates and walks off. Oh, that's got to feel bad for Nightfall and Save. They just can't kill the bat down here, even with the finger and the Omni Slash. Melez gets away.
I actually can do that.
Dyer's middle tower
we'll give it to the Arcane Ring armor, that 2 armor, giving him a little
it did make a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Melez, it's, he'll tell you that was skill. That's the power of the Master Tier bat. He can make the Omni Slashes go back towards the creeps. I mean, he's going to have a big grin on his face, I'm sure, after being able to walk away like that.
Maybe a slight mistake there if Nightfall maybe spins instead of using the Omni. Perhaps they have enough.
They're going to try and get a fight going here. At this stage, they do have... Oh, do they? The stance isn't going to last long enough. He's still alive. Healing Ward's down. They couldn't quite kill him off this time round. As DM's fine, backup comes in as they'll lose Desperate. They will manage to find Kingslayer in return. DM, they're still trying to focus him. He's actually going to miss the Timber Chain. The Firefly does come to an end. Bella's trying to stack up the Napalm. Get the Flame Break out on the 2 of them. Remnant grab onto Astral, but Astral crit and Melis, they're still good to continue to push back VP. They won't be able to find anything more than the Wiz Dog to those. I thought they'd have it, but they didn't quite. That time round, DM does live, and then of course that makes it a whole lot messier for Puckchamp.
I can't believe VP scurries away with it. I'm so surprised they only lose Kingslayer there. I really thought at least Lion or somebody else would go down, but Save is so patient. I've watched him a lot of times now on this Lion. He just like keeps waiting for multi-hero stuns rather than just like throwing his stun and just whiffing it or maybe only getting one. He waits for the multi-hero ones, and it actually ends up saving himself and a couple of his teammates perhaps from the big hit that Puckchamp hits. And now VP, they're not as cooldown reliant. They're going to look to pick back immediately.
Well, they are. And Puckchamp aren't quite ready for this sort of quick movement off the back of the last fight as they catch Desperate by surprise.
It's D-Ward too. So the kill into a D-Ward into potentially pressuring the tower too. Nice hit from VP.
This is where it gets a bit scary for Puckchamp. You've had this nice opening. You made some first good solid moves. But now VP, they've got their items online, these early sort of skirmishing items, and they're ready to bring the action to you. And you've got to be ready for it. You can't afford to make mistakes. Any mistakes now, VP's going to fully capitalize on them to get further and further ahead.
Yeah, if they commit onto DM, they have to fully commit. This Hood, it's going to make things a lot more difficult since he had that last fight, and he's going to get enabled up to a pretty fast Lotus Orb, and now they can just back up. They farm with their Jug, and it kind of feels like the pressure starts to be like onto Puckchamp to start to do something. They don't have the blink on Desperate either. He actually died twice now when he's been very close to it. So that's going to slow down a lot of the potential aggression for Puckchamp to be able to slow down this farm. He's just going to sit back and be happy with it.
I restore
Dyer's middle tower.
Melez looking pretty dead this time round. The Maledict's out, Death Ward as well. The stick charges, and as he's careful as they try and turn towards Kingslayer Melez, he'll still tick out to the Maledict.
I think Melez was telling Astral to. He was like, "Wait, let me come to the snowball."
If he,
kick me out of some damage.
He did stand next to him and didn't get picked up. I think he would have at least dodged one of the ticks, which may have been enough to keep him alive.
Nightfall heads up VP immediately after that stun does come out. He can't actually chain it. Spear was still on cooldown for Desperate. He had Spear up actually. They would have gotten that kill, but he used it to farm, I think.
VP getting away with another kill and not losing anything for it. Nightfall staying at the top with the farm.
Dyer's middle tower is not what it used to be. Dyer's structures are fortified.
To Carlos, they've got the pressure coming in mid. Puckchamp For this tier 1, starting to get a bit more aggressive with crit now.
GPK still pressuring bottom, and they have this ward as well. The Batrider's stepping up.
Dyer's middle tower was worth a damn, it would still be standing.
And they will finish the mid tower.
Yeah, Chris pretty strong with the radius. As long as they can keep him alive, the cars can buff him up and get him in. They could use to aggressively fight with the reincarnation.
Yeah, he's strong damage-wise, but he is unbelievably fragile. He has very little armor, and he's versus a Timber Saw, as well as heavy magic damage from the side of VP.
Right, a little bit slow on the response there, Nightfall. He just allows himself to get Ray Fire blasted. As there's no response from him at all, they will lose Mars in return. Finger comes out. Crit will die the once, but VP's having to back off. They've lost 2 of their members. I mean, he
didn't have vision.
Sure, I guess he just wasn't prepared at all. Fight not over quite yet. I'm going to jump back in onto Crit, and Crit, he actually is going to get burst here by VP, as VP see a chance to get back in, as Puckchamp hang around for a little too long. They might even lose more here, Puckchamp, as DeCarlis is getting surrounded by GPK, TM, and Save. It's going to be another kill here for VP. Or is it DeCarlis? Yeah, they've got him. Mella's trying to fight back, but with a step back up. Void Spirits away.
That was all right. There's a little thing that actually Puckchamp did there. So the Wraith King stunned from high ground, right? They smoked, he turned his radiance off when he was walking in to get that stun connection. So it actually caught the jug completely.
Yeah, it did not. Yeah.
So that was actually a really nice little play that Puckchamp did. But then, as I was mentioning, Crit, he has to understand what his power is still. What his power level is this Wraith King. He's still very fragile. He walks in way too deep. There's so much magic damage that is going to be thrown onto him. I think he just felt that he's going to be more careful in the future.
Yeah, and just sticking around a little too long at the end of that fight, Puckchamp.
Yeah.
You know, they sort of get that big kill, get Kingston on top of it. Still up to hang around. Bottom lane, Mella's Omni smashes back up, he's dead. And over to the side, Save and DM, they've got another catch. They found Astral. And Astral, he'll try and escape over the snowball. DM's going to be sure to chase this, though. He's not letting Astral get away. VP getting out on top now with these kills, as even when Puckchamp makes a move, they're losing more for in return. VP starting to get that lead up.
War has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Completely ulti reliant. It feels like with the team fight. Like they have to have the Mars ulti up. They might even have to have like, the lasso and everything up. I don't feel like they're reliant on almost anything. But maybe like an Astral stack. So they don't really have to worry about any of these fights going longer. Once these fights start taking too long, I feel like Puckchamp is at a huge disadvantage with what they're playing up against. With this Void Spirit, he's having an arsenal spell. Same thing with DM, who's unkillable. We see he actually went for pipe rather than going for finishing that Lotus Orb greedily. He's understanding that it's all magic damage really coming out. Even the Wraith King, this Radiance, if they just tank through the initial go, GP's gonna win the fight.
I'm gonna try for Roshan here.
Middle tower is under attack.
A little bit of time left on the DD. It's about to expire. I mean,
bit of a bold one.
There, VP's not heading over quite yet, so we'll see if VP checks it out. They don't have any vision themselves, VP, around this area. So maybe Puckchamp, yeah. I mean, VP's going to start something's up, and they're going to scan it. So VP know. Can they get there in time? Puckchamp, they're speeding it up. They've got to finish him off quickly. They're not even going to commit for it. They're too scared of VP being able to get in and fight him in the pit. They've actually stepped back for now, but Roshan is so low.
Nightfall popped the healing ward. I think he was going to use it to scout. He like sent it into the pit for a second, but well backed up, and it's got the long cooldown.
VP did. Yeah, VP just stepped right back. They didn't even try and make a move aggressively into the pit. As Puckchamp probably a bit surprised themselves that they were allowed to walk back in and take it. As they get the Aegis. Aegis on Desperate, ready for the next fight.
That looked like a conscious decision, though, right? VP was like...
Sure, they bailed on it,
It looks like they were like, we don't care about Roche. Do we care about Roche? No, we don't care about Roche, because they all just immediately backed away. So that's a bit of conscious decision from VP, to be able to think that, hey, we don't even care about playing versus it, as they're all still playing around each other looking for a fight.
So, yeah.
Having the Aegis, I think Puckchamp is realizing how important he is.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, you know, even if you give the Wraith King sort of like a third life in these fights, you know, sure, he's got 3 lives, everyone else has got 1, you know what I mean? And then if Crit gets isolated, everyone else is dead. then this Wraith King's not going to be too much of a challenge for VP to take down. But if they can split these resources, have Desperate with that second life, team fight definitely becomes a bit stronger at this stage. Trying to get
I think he needs to get arena off. If they don't get arena off, they lose the fight completely. So he has to have a way to at least attempt to get it off. They're kind of stalking him. I've been watching DM. Kind of watching him. And speaking of DM, you know, he got the pipe, very tanky. He got the plate mail, even tanky. He got the item. He got the Nether Shawl, my favorite item in Dota 2. Very good, balanced item.
So they can take another one. Stun won't quite catch him. Save. Quite having the reach to get Crit on the way out. Just a recipe away from the BKB, Crit.
Full Solar Crest on the Tusk, so okay, Wraith King is going to be pretty enabled. That's going to make him quite a bit tankier. Still very susceptible to all this magic damage that VP does have, and it's a lot of magic and control.
So very cool. Oh yeah, DM's feeling confident, just holding on to the tower, showing himself. Mele's already scanned things out for the trees. He's going to be able to get the jump on stage. Arena's down for Desperate. They're able to pin Winstrike over towards the wall. Kingslayer goes down. Mele's still alive, actually. He's off to the side. They will chase him down with the Blade Fury, take him out. As the back gone, but they've lost both supports for this VP. We'll move over towards Crit, bring down the Wraith King once. He's ready for round 2. Can they kill him off a second time? Desperate also coming in. Has the stun follow up onto the Jug. They've found Nightfall, focusing him over towards the side. Blade Fury's back up. It doesn't matter. They've got the physical damage to take him down. 3 dead on VP. Desperate very, very low. Is he able to blink out? He's away to the high ground, but GPK will hunt him down. Jumps in with the Astral Step. It's a clean up by VP. DM getting the triple kill. As Puckchamp, even with the Aegis, the reincarnation, it's just, they survive, they get some kills, they get Nightfall, fantastic stuff, but DM, there's just no chance. They can't kill this Timber.
No, look at DM spellcasts in the fights. 5 Warling Deaths, 5 Timber Chains, 4 to 8 Chakrams of just returns and pullbacks, the pipe, everything. They get the jump on the line, but the rego of VP is just too fast. They get the control, the bat dies so quickly, and then they're just isolated. These tanky cores on the side of Puckchamp versus the even tankier cores of VP. And I think they're pretty fortunate to even get the jug kill, I'll be honest with you.
Sure, it was so close. Yeah, the fight lasted long enough that he had another Blade Fury after this initial one you see here. And just, yeah, trying to do their best to take down heroes, ignore DM. But as you say, DM just able to land so many connections with this fight, especially happening around the tree line. And there's just too much to deal with. As these 5-on-5s are going to be so hard if they're not doing something about DM at the start of it all. But that's the problem when DM's on his Timber. They can't, I mean, what do they do? How do they stop this from happening again? How on earth do they deal with DM in these team fights?
Ban the Timber next game. Yeah.
It's so hard.
Impressive on Timber. All of his games. That's why they're picking it like this, right? First 2 in so many of their drafts. It's like they just put it out there.
It's a Timber Lion.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Is 9-1-6. He's 15 of the 17 kills. His damage potential, his damage this game is insane, and his survivability too. He's kind of doing everything for the team. Items are perfect.
Middle tower is under attack.
Versus the Bat Rider.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And then the pipe. It's perfect right now for DM.
It definitely feels the sort of after we saw, when we saw that second move around the outpost to try and kill DM, where they got so close but didn't quite. You have that feeling then from that point on. It's like, well, they're never going to be able to do it again. They're not even going to get close to bring down this Timber. It really just has fallen into the realm where Timber is king in this game.
He is the true king, and he has the shard. DM, we asked him about the shard the other day, and he put a little cheeky smile on, saying, no, it's not that broken. This shard is so damn strong. The fact that it affects buildings now, slightly nerfed versus heroes, and the way that the slow got reduced, but this item is so much damage. It's a 630 damage nuke if you sit inside the entire duration of it. So, pretty crazy for how little it can cost.
Puckchamp?
And he's got Spell Amp.
I'm going to try and have a punch at them here from the smoke. They have got the BKB.
Yep, 2 of them, right? I don't think the third one's online just yet for Melis, but they do have 2 BKBs on their cores. So it will be a lot easier versus Void Spirit and Timber and some of this control. Sure. At least get those spells up, but will they have the damage is the question.
Well, that's the thing. Like, they can probably kill everybody else. But if they don't kill DM, DM's going to bring down quite a few of them. in the fights, you know, we saw last time, maybe even the whole team. So
yeah, and I think Mellis has to go for a higher priority target somehow. Like he has to get like the Void Spirit or something in his lasso, because grabbing the Lion, it didn't feel effective. Sure. Last fight.
Yeah, they're going to be able to start the fight onto him. Mellis is gone, and TM's already Timberchain up to the high ground. He's found the backline. Save able to line up the stun onto the two of them. As they jump, he's burst down. He's controlling Desperate completely. We'll come in with the BKB, but Chris having to use the rest of the BKB to TP out of there. Same for Desperate. And we'll get I mean, they get a couple of supports. They will manage to keep their cause alive with these BKB TPs out. But it's these sort of trades, these fights, that they're not going to get Puckchamp ahead. And as these BKB durations begin to dwindle, it's you know, where do they go from here? Sure, they're only 2k behind, but how do they find some sort of a move that's going to be able to shake up VP?
It feels like a monumental difference in net worth. It does not feel like a 2k difference at the moment.
And now they're found Desperate. Yeah, Melez is trying to box over to help out, but Desperate is going to go down. And now Melez, what does he do here? Yeah, he's got the rest of the team coming over. Okay, well, they set a point to GPK. Have they got enough lockdown with the punch up? They do. So all things said and done, they'll certainly take that trade.
That's a big kill.
Yeah.
Sure. I think that should be his BKB pretty much done on the Bat Rider there, so he'll have some more freedom of getting in to pick which target he does go for with these lassos.
Oh, absolutely, and as you say, yeah, with the Tricore BKB, they can head in, press it, ignore the supports, get themselves completely on top of, yeah, probably as you mentioned, GPK, maybe Nightfall second up if they can catch him before the Blade Fury. And then they can eliminate at least that core, you know, to start off the action if they can walk in with the BKBs.
That's what they need to do, though. They're going to have a pretty big number advantage in the fights to be able to solve the problem of this Timber Saw. So now they do have that potential. They can chain stun, but they have to chain stun it. They have to make sure that they do it properly.
Yeah.
If they're going to go for the lasso play on GPK, they have to drop the arena. They have to spear him to the wall. They have to throw everything onto that initial. And they have a gem now, so it's harder for them to get the jump as well, as it does feel like Puckchamp. They have to get a perfect jump for them to have a good team fight versus what VP does have right now. So this gem on the Jug, who is pretty much immortal, it feels like, in this game.
He does have Nightfall having a... not necessarily the most action from him. You know, 2, 2, and 7 has missed out most of the kills being brought, but his farm been impeccable. He's been doing exactly what he needs to do to get the win in the bag.
And they can never chain stun him. The S and Y plus the sliver now, he's got enough status resist that he'll always be able to get
tanky.
He's so tanky. We're gonna try.
Let's see. What they can do. Their Rangers in trouble though. That's crit down once. Again, they've got the arena, but they're focusing Kingslayer. They'll kill the support, but the Omni Slash comes out to crit. That's crit gone. They've taken down both supports, but again, that's just not going to be anywhere near good enough here against VP. As VP will happily lose Save and Kingslayer at the start of every fight, because they know that their 3 cores will clean up easily without the support backup now at this stage. As it just doesn't matter. This Lion and Witch Doctor, they're going to be laughing all the way to the grave every single team fight. They're happy to die.
I think Save, honestly, I feel like the 2 of them are the only ones that are getting pinned to the wall now in these bigger team fights that are happening. They're such a nuisance that Puckchamp is putting that much focus on them, and Core is now with absolute free reign, and poor Raiden just, I don't even get his BKB up. I think he just died.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
Got it.
And now this happens. A set of racks at least here for VP.
Radiant's bottom barracks are very much someone else's favorite Radiant bottom barracks are
See, nice little tip there between Save and Kingslayer. So that mutual, you know, yep, this is how our game is, and we don't care. You know, we'll happily die for the team in each of these fights.
Yeah, he's like, Kingslayer, you know, you have 7 deaths, so you're doing a better job than I am of dying. So I'm going to tip you out. Good job, my man. I love it. They're definitely feeling so good about this game. Like, Nightfall's died twice, but you know he's never dying again because the status resist and how tanky he is. Same thing for DM. Cores are now having just a pretty fluid game on the side of VP. Looks like they're grouped up. They're ready for another battle.
Let's see if they can get something other than Kingslayer or Save.
Oh.
Crash.
VP's got the high ground here right now, too. They're all smoked up.
Well, this is sort of thinking time for VP. Is this something they'll be thinking about right now? They'll be like, there's a high chance Puckchamp is making this smoke movement?
Definitely. Look how grouped they all are. Like, everyone's farming the same area. They're all ready for the battle coming to them. This is gonna be a tough one.
You don't want to go up these steps.
You're going to reveal too.
No.
That's the thing. It's like they're going to show. Save is going to be able to pick and choose who he goes for, or if he wants to back up and reset and let his cores do the first move. They've got so many options. And GPK, he can actually start the fight now for his team because he has A on this.
No,
He's
don't go up the stairs.
Oh, God.
Don't go up there. Don't do it. Crit, don't do it. What are you doing? He's going up. He's down the wards to get the arena down. So they can take down Nightfall. They are controlling the jump, but he's so tanky. They can't kill him. Nightfall's able to put the Blade Fury. They turn over towards the two of them. They're taking down Astral, Dekalis, and Desperate. Crit's got to run. Pulled back by the Remnant. As they went up the stairs, Fox.
They went up the stairs. Yeah. They did. And this time they tried, though. They tried to catch Nightfall with all the disables, but the status resistance.
He's so tanky, yeah.
And he's still like half HP. He can easily just finish up the fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Honestly, you know, the opening, the first 10 minutes, Puckchamp, they gave it a good shot. And, you know, this was a game where they tried something a little unorthodox. They're bringing the bat. Had a good early start, but of course, there are difficulties in terms of playing this game down the line. And as you said, I think they're going to be looking at this game, and you think you've got to really just seriously consider. You have to even make sure you have a draft that can deal with the Timber, kill a Timber, or just ban DM's Timber against VP.
I think you might just ban it. VP's just so comfortable playing around it, and like, that move in the jungle was kind of everything, right? They didn't kill him. He's 15-1-10. His itemization is flawless for what he's up against. And yeah, it's just been VP just playing perfectly around this massive Timber the whole game.
Puckchamp now give it another shot.
The last hurrah.
Let's see what they can do. One more shot really here for Puckchamp. So maybe they can time the Roche steal. Let's get it low. And GPK's already starting to play with them, stopping them from being able to jump in. Take down Roche. They get the Aegis on Nightfall. And they instantly bring down Crit the once. They'll lose save, but again, they don't care because Desperate goes down. VP, they'll be able to now turn and focus towards Crit. Crit trying to run, but the stun from Save catches him as the BKB comes to an end. And it's going to be another team wipe here. Triple kill for Nightfall. GG is called as VP will take this game one. And looking like the VP you would expect to see. This is always going to be a challenge, these games for Puckchamp. And being the team that's come up from the lower division, you're playing against the top team in Eastern Europe. The matches are going to be hard. But definitely some positives to take away from this from Puck.
There was a thing in the woods. But once a year, it left the woods to feast on us. Then one year, out of the woods came nothing. Another year passed, and another. Over time, we forgot our fear. And turned our backs on the dark. Slivers of the mad moon hang forgotten in our sky, slowly aligning. It is time again. The tide rises and brings with it something dire.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness. Hello, Auntie. This all you brought? Yes. Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Man once spoke of what a hero truly needs. Speed, strength, wisdom. But this man was not entirely correct, for he neglected to mention the most important trait of a hero. Style. No need to worry, my dear. The forest, she is safe now.
Oh, safe? It's really not.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
Often I am asked, what does a hero truly need? Much depends upon the hero. Would you be swift? Then for you, I have speed beyond measure. Would you be strong? Then I can grant you the might to overpower any foe. Would you be wise? Then come closer and I will unlock your inner cunning. What does a hero truly mean? That is for you to decide.
Any layman with a feeble grip can carve wood or hammer steel. Even the tender hands of a child can grasp a set of instructions. But to create something takes rare hands, shrewder hands, handsome, brilliant hands. The hands that forged the first scepter of power. My hands have slipped through dimensions, touching things that warp the mind and test the mettle of the strongest will. From the far reaches of the astral plane, beyond countless dimensions, monsters, beasts, beasts without legs, beasts that are only legs, heroes that aren't heroes at all. I have brought them here to answer one simple question. Can your hands wield the true Aghanim scepter?
There was a thing in the woods. But once a year, it left the woods to feast on us. Then one year, out of the woods came nothing. Another year passed, and another. Over time, we forgot our fear. And turned our backs on the dark. Slivers of the mad moon hang forgotten in our sky, slowly aligning. It is time again The tide rises and brings with it something dire.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness. Hello, Auntie. This all you brought? Yes. Oh.
Radiant team pick Mars.
So despite Melee's good performance on Batrider, it did feel like the hero just lacked a little bit of
seconds remaining.
It's not quite there anymore, right?
Yeah, I think the key thing is if you think about the laning setups, you got a Batrider who's giving this Juggernaut such a free time. I think the CS denies it was just like 30 for 30, 40 for 30 at like minute 6 or 7 or something. So yeah, it was just too much of a free lane given away. That does stumble into a game that VP just needs to react in. And now, game 2,
I cannot believe
the same stuff.
I cannot believe they gave it to him. Not only that, they first pick Mars again.
5 seconds remaining.
Like the VP insta-pick because they are so happy with this.
Dire team bad.
Okay, you have Snapfire. Puckchamp in kind of
Radiant
history
team
before they have run both Snapfire and Mars, both mid, both offlane. Snapfire obviously into support role as well. I think the issue here that obviously Kyle was kind of like side touching on there is the idea that you are giving VP their best strategy. If you have to look at all of VP's combos, this is clearly number one. So Puckchamp, they have to have an understanding of playing into it. I think another way of looking at it is look at the bans. It's like it's a Magnus. Do you really want to play up against a VP draft where you don't really know what the carry is?
Yeah.
It's empowered. And now,
at least they're banning Jug and Lifestealer. So they have a read that, look, if we're going to first pick this Mars hero, we can't also give one of these two innate BKB carries, because then you have a carry and a Timbersaw that you really can't deal with as the Mars. That entire last game, I'm watching him blow Blink, BKB, Arena, Spear to kill a Lion.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. So what if it's a big fight? They're just going to buy back. If not, you're using your mid player's entire kit to kill a support. It is not a recipe for success.
Radiant team
really good ban from Puckchamp, but this is where you have to have so much confidence right now if you're Puckchamp, because you give your opponent the same draft opening, and your changes you can make is simply the bans that you approach with, or the philosophy. Because clearly VP, they're not going to. All right, cool, you're giving it to us again. We're going to run it back. We're going to try and do the same.
Tiny built in with his ultimate 12 plus 18 plus 24 armor. That's absurd. Mars is only physical damage. The minus armor from Snapfire, very ineffective. You're already, I'm obviously biased a bit because I think VP's best out in this region, but they're getting their bread and butter.
I would like to see Puckchamp try and draft themselves some more heroes that, if they do want to be the team that is proactive, that has cheap stuns, that has a way to lock down that one hero and get that kill quickly. Because Mars Snapfire, that's great, but it's very ultimate based. Do you have your Monomus cases? Do you have your Arena?
Well, there's the laning counter in theory to the Timbersaw, but after the changes to Fury Swipes, duration reduced, the damage amplification reduced slightly. I think it's not as bad as it used to be. And I've actually seen Timbers win this lane at times, especially if they hit 6 first.
Right, you just timber chain all the time.
Yeah,
Right? You just level 1 timber chain, you just spam it over and over again in lane.
And you don't have a reliable stun with the Snapfire either. Sure, you could cookie, but it's easier said than done if you want to land that kill.
But at least Puckchamp is going for more skirmishing-orientated heroes that will have some type of laning presence. Timber can outlane the Ursa. Also, Ursa in the right scenario, if you have a offlane that is independent, for example, Melee, +1 can be pretty disruptive to a solo Timbersaw. And like laning phase, I think that was the most critical thing. Laning phase of Puckchamp, it went really well. Like this Wraith King, he wasn't shut down from the Timbersaw. So I think the slight adjustments they're looking at, a bit more laning presence rather than just farm, but also slight pressure. And yeah, again, I don't mind what Puckchamp did. It's just simply they are the team that clearly in game 1 was running around trying to make stuff happen. And VP, they've identified this with an Oracle pick. Okay, cool. We're just going to play defensive. You're going to spend so much time focusing on Timbersaw. Our Oracle can tank some ganks, be in a good position to enable our carry. This Tiny is obviously now the mid lane from this pick for the Oracle. So yeah, I do like what VP has, but I can give a lot of respect to how Puckchamp has lost that first game, but changed up their style for game 2 to try and identify how they kind of lost game 1. Now some more catch.
I like that the Mars is at least going to be in your offlane. Yeah. I think that the mid Mars is not bad, but the trouble is when you combine that with a Bat Rider, it's like, okay, well, both of these heroes are effectively playing for that one opening kill. It's not an important enough target, and your Wraith King just does not output enough damage. So this is a lot more balanced. Nice to have Storm against the Oracle because you can find him and kill him.
We haven't really mentioned it too much, but of course, Save, he's now played 5. This is his 5th game of Lion, and that previous game, Fog mentioned it during the cast, just the discipline on Save, the way that he uses spells, it's far better than most Lion players out there. Like he'll always wait to hit that multi-stun. He's going to just be in the good position at the right time, turning it around. So.
I don't know if I like the PL ban. I think you got to get rid of Troll in this position.
5 seconds.
Really good against both Ursa and Storm.
Okay, they just ban out
Illusion heroes.
Yeah.
All right.
Meanwhile, Virtus.Pro, they're taking out supports that are able to output damage. They took away Lita, they took away... Oh my god.
Look at the smiles, they're like, boys, we've just picked Techies against Virtus.Pro. Okay, so the last time that we saw Techies picked was in the Chicken Fighter series. Different region, but it was very disruptive at kind of positional control. I think Virtus.Pro right now, this is why the illusion bans are coming in. We don't care about no troll now if you're Puckchamp. Double illusion ban, get rid of it. We pick Techies. There is no hero right now in Virtus.Pro that confidently likes playing into Techies. And sure, they go for the troll. But yeah, this is a pretty good Techies pick in theory.
I mean, I was going to say the troll is still your best pick. It just doesn't deal with the Techies. So this whole game comes down to
is that still a good Techies?
Techies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what's the date? April 23rd. So yeah, I mean, I can understand where the inspiration came for this Puckchamp draft, but I'm not sure I'm a believer.
Is that an April Fool's joke or a 420 joke? I'm not sure which one.
420.
Okay.
Very off.
Still don't get it, but okay.
Terrible.
Fair enough.
You're meant to be better than this, Kyle, but
I'm working on it.
I love the tenacity of Puckchamp. They're playing up against the first seed in the group. They are going a bit left field. Bat Rider pick didn't really go their way. Now they go for a Techies pick. It's a completely different game now because they have to keep the game slow enough that Techies can fortify areas. And if they play around those areas really well, it's a great Techies game. But what are you
it's just a nice time to pull up that ad. You could go from 0 to hero too, just like TGov. And I would like to see Techies lose quickly and never be picked again.
That's the cheap state.
But we'll see. They have a great lot matchup. Spear into blast off is pretty reliable. You don't have discombobulation. I think Techies is probably pretty good. Slack says it's completely broken.
The hero is amazing.
I trust him.
Like, I hate watching it because players who can play it, they are so much better than like the common Techies player, right? Like the ability, the knowledge you need to play the hero, you have so much time. It's
I mean, annoyed. I think they're probably feeling pretty confident.
Okay.
They got the DM Timbersaw game.
Yep.
They got Oracle versus Techies too. I love playing Oracle versus Techies. It's great. You're always able to. You're always going to be able to like protect your teammates so many different times to be able to not worry about anything. And it breaks the combo. In particular, that combo, the Mars plus the Techies. I think Oracle is phenomenal. So I'm gonna have to be pretty impressed. I was impressed the last time I actually saw the Mars Techies when it was Arrow playing it. He actually did a great job with Chesty. So let's see what they can do. I think it's gonna be tough though. This is a pretty strong lane, and I think they're gonna know how to manage it. I think the biggest important thing that people need to recognize is when you're playing Techies is you keep yourself about 50% threshold. You saw that's what actually caused the havoc last time in the other game is they were playing like an Ursa, and the Ursa kept letting himself drop below 50%, and that's where Techies can actually do something in the lane. I don't think VP's gonna give him their chances, but let's see what Astral can do. He was impressive on the Tusk. Let's see if Techies is his secret in his pocket.
Well, let's see. I mean, do you like this sort of mindset and approach by Puckchamp? You know, if you're Puckchamp playing against VP, you're like, you know what? Let's just throw something out there that's going to just change. You know, make us kind of not play Dota to a point. You know, it changes the game fundamentally. Is this the way to sort of tackle these matchups where you are against such a dominant team?
It's your hardest game, right? It's your hardest series that you're probably going to be playing, period. So, you know what? Why not? If it's something they're super comfortable with, you go, just pick everyone comfort heroes. As long as the draft doesn't look too wonky, you can make it work. And to be honest, their draft doesn't look very wonky. It actually has some good stuff coming for it. Good stuff coming together as long as Techies does something in the game, which I don't think he will. So I don't know. I think good teams really know how to play against him, and he's dead already.
Oh, that's not great.
I love seeing it, actually. I hate that.
I was going to say, not great for the team, but great for the Dota community. Seeing a Techies give up first blood. So have to be a little more careful down on that bottom lane. As they have got the range, and especially once there's levels on the Oracle where they have to burst. Top lane, the Carlos goes down. VP finding kills in both safe lanes, both side lanes already. Just a minute in.
They did give VP a pretty solid draft. You know, they did give him kind of their bread and butter.
The Timber Lion.
A tested combo, the Lion Timber, tested combo that they love. They're even going to get the side pull up top after getting that kill onto Bucalis. So this top lane, it's going to be VP favored, and I'd imagine bottom lane as well.
There we go. I'm getting on to Nightfall. So not quite enough damage to take him out.
And look at Kingslayer's items. This is what I'm talking about. This is what you do when you're playing versus Techies. Just buy regen. Counters the hero completely in lane. Just buy tons of tangos, tons of salves, keep your core at full HP, and Techies just does nothing in the lane, besides give you gold when he plays his mines.
Lord's praise.
This is our
mid lane, seeing GPK get a bit of an edge against the Storm in the first few waves. And how's the game for a mid Tiny? You know, we're seeing teams try and pick up the Tiny in these core positions now. Some of the ways their hero was changed, and this a good match for a Tiny to pop off.
Yeah, I like it when you're playing versus a lot of these fragile int heroes in the mid lane. It's just an instant set of burst where if you connect onto the Storm, like if you don't kill him even, he's at like less than half HP, like start up, it makes it difficult. I'm a fan of it lately. I hated it a lot at first, but then when I started seeing the promise versus these like the Puck and the Storm in particular, I'm more fond of it now.
We're seeing at the moment the biggest struggles definitely on the bottom lane for Puckchamp. It's pretty hard here for the Mars to get his farm. Mid lane, toss back there from GPK. Being desperate, very, very low.
Well, he's got to get a rune. He's got to secure one of these bounties. If Kingslayer actually walks up and steals the bounty away, that would be devastating for Desperate. And GPK actually looks like he's going to be the one to do it. So Desperate might actually have to go to the opposite side to be able to get a bounty, perhaps. As GPK is kind of he's covering the area.
Yeah, it's like where does the Storm go?
And look, he's got boots, so he's just watching him. He's like, okay, if he starts
he's ready to go. Yeah.
Follow. Yep. Oh, Desperate's having. Oh, this is so sad to see for the Storm. He's got a salve, but GPK's gonna tip him. He's gonna steal the You know what's going on here. These are mind games. He's gonna go try to steal GPK's room maybe, but he doesn't have boots.
He's too slow. He can't.
I don't think he can.
No, GPK's got full control of this.
Nice, very nice by GPK, the control. As we will have 4-minute runes, so Desperate will at least get
Radiant
himself
structures
a water
are
rune more than likely,
fortified.
but a nice dominant position there from GPK.
Now, the thing is, this game, you know, say DM does have kind of as good of a game as he did last time on the Timbersaw. Would you consider their methods of killing a Timbersaw any better this time round?
Because I am. Yeah, I think so. They've got the long duration silence from the techies. They've got the big nuke from the Mortimer kisses. Then they have Ursa. If Ursa's able to actually stick on him, I would say yes. Yeah.
It's a bit better than last game.
Kill him. Yeah, I think this one they can kill him gradually over time. Around the last one, they have to pop him instantly. So I think it can be better. That being said, though, I don't know if it is going to be better because I think this is gonna snowball really fast. Like all 3 lanes are going in VP's favor.
None of the 3 cores of VP struggling at all. Not too far behind Puckchamp, but there's 2 kills as well. VP to a hot start now. He's trying to set up with the burst onto Ducalis, but he has the stick charges. Nice cookie as they turn around over towards DM. DM's gonna get out of there. Indeed, this mid lane
kill.
Only getting worse for Desperate.
His middle tower is under attack.
Look what your techies is contributing. He's doing your small camp next to you. Get techies out of it. I'm such a hater.
I got to see you.
That's grim. At least he's stacked. So Astral, we have seen him. He does have a triple hard camp stack for that Storm Surge for Desperate when he does want to go over and farm. But the aggression that we saw from Era in particular with that techie, since that's the only one I actually got the soft competitive it was better. He was able to actually put pressure on. This one, he's not. He's just kind of a walking stacker, and we'll see if the mines ever do pay off. It kind of feels like they're not going to have a 4 position, perhaps.
Tech is over the mid. GPK is in with the combo. Turning, pulling back towards the mine. He's out to the side, Desperate. He's got to get out. He falls very low, heads the HP. In fact, he's actually going to die. Kingslayer with the purifying flames. And Astral.
He's going to get a kill.
He denied the room, but he's going to pay with his life for that. I don't know if that was worth it.
And a D-ward on top as well. All right, GPK might just take over the game by himself.
Oh boy, this is a rough one. 5-0, 3K lead already for VP. It's gonna be a tough one for Puckchamp. Last game, at least Puckchamp had sort of a... they had a good early game. They had a good laning phase. This game, it's looking pretty one-sided.
It's a disaster. Oracle is just so good for his techies. You even saw there, the remote mine, it's like about to explode, it pops, it's big 400 damage, it's 0. Because the Fate's Edict was on the Tiny. So there's multiple different ways to be able to play around that. And you can also, you can dispel the silence too, which is going to be something that will definitely come into play from that Oracle. So as we see Kingslayer almost level 6 on Oracle now because of the rotation mid. Top continues being a problem. Team falling apart.
Stupendous. Like Axe, the dire structures cannot be hurt.
Maybe time to just start mining your base.
Under attack.
Get something set up.
I think Desperate might have to look to start making like those rotation plays with the techies to try to suicide. But what do they gain? Control level 6 with an Oracle behind him. Timbersaw level 5 with a Lion behind him to protect him. And then it's a 1300 HP 90 with 16 armor. Well, who's your target? You don't really have one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
One of the hard camp creeps left. The GPK could just combo him and kill him. He does find him.
Dire's
check the rooms. We see Kingslayer
is
just
under attack.
Continuing to bully the poor Storm. Also get a secondary D-ward, so both mid wards have been taken away.
Dire's top
farm is going to be troublesome. They can find him pretty easily as he's looking for a move. DM is quite low HP. He actually hit this.
Let's see. DM won't initially get grabbed, so he still has time to get away. And he's fine. He's fine. They may get saved. No, the false promise. They're not even going to get saved. Save's fine. Puckchamp's got to run. They've got to get out of it, but the stun's going to catch him. They take down Krillin. And now, the Carlos, he's gone as well. 8-0. They didn't ban the timber.
That is for certain.
And Kingslayer was 6 already because he swung mid. He bottom so much. Swung mid, gets that kill on the Storm. This is an Oracle level 6 at like an 8-minute mark. He sees the rotation happening from Storm. He TP'd instantly. He TP'd before Destro was even up there to stop any type of move. I think VP's gonna try to go for some zero death game here at the moment.
This probably is one of those games where as a team you're having the discussion and you're saying, you know, first to die is a scrub. Yeah.
Definitely.
There's a lot of you don't want to be the first to die in a game like this. You know, 8-0 up, 5k lead at 9 minutes in. Oh no! Are they going to be able to get him there? No. Oh, stun off the mark there from Save. Completely whiffed that one.
Yeah, that one was a bit off the mark, but Nightfall, he survives, and that was their big commitment of everything. That was the Mars ult. That was all the mana pool from the Storm. Can't even get the
GPK.
Now,
the toss back into the stun. Oh, they haven't quite got the damage though. Desperate will live. Mellas though.
Mellas?
He's looking to be in a spot above it here. 4 heroes chasing him down. Nightfall's going to pop the ult and try and tap, put the shield up. The toss back as well, getting Carlos into the action. On top of it all, 2 more dead on Puckchamp. 10-0, 10 minutes in. The flawless game from VP continues.
This is
Dire's bottom tower is
they
under
have the jungle
attack.
on Storm, they have the jungle on Ursa. It's just so limited what they can do, and I think we just Techie's just unable to do anything in this game. He's 0-2-0. He's stacked some camps, but that's been his only contribution really to the game. And that's your 4.
That's rough.
It's grim. It is very grim.
It's a little disappointing so far from Puckchamp, considering that they did have such a solid shot at the start of game 1. You know.
Yeah.
This game 2 is just this is one of the
Radiant's towers are
I think it is the most one-sided game we've seen really in both Eastern Europe and Western Europe. When it just one team is just they're not even getting to play.
Bottom tower is under attack.
That's
Pretty
tough.
much going to be the case. I feel like in VP, like they blink on GPK, he can go do anything. Him and DM have full control of the game, just to jump however they want
Dire's
to.
middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain.
I just don't know what Puckchamp to do. They have to do. Okay,
We're gonna mine the base. Mine the base.
Mortimer kisses and big with it.
Ah, DM does get mine pretty low there. Not low enough for Stralto to commit for the kill.
Oh, and his whole entire last minute and a half is just poor Daggies. Setting all those mines, it's just a waste of time now as the Timbersaw doesn't care. I like watching. I like watching Techies lose. I can't lie. I like it, and I like Puckchamp. They actually look so good. They look so good with like some of their first 3 moves too. But making everybody happy here.
Arena will come out. Carlos is gone. Maybe they can kill him here. Kingslayer trying to get over to provide him a false promise. Can he get it in time? He can. False promise out. GPK's up to the high ground. Desperate still committing. Can they do the damage to kill GPK? I don't think so. As VP turn, they'll take down Desperate for his attempts.
Much like Cordwood before Axe's
Nobody
axe.
dying.
Dire's top
Can't
tower
be the first to
is under
die.
attack.
VP, they've just announced if you die this game, you're getting kicked.
Dire's top
no deaths here,
tower
VP.
is under attack.
We remember the the all hero challenge from VP. This one was the no death.
The no death. Oh. Oh. Puckchamp on the hunt.
Give them one.
Well, that's going to be a dead Ursa. Krillet's gone before the fight begins.
Metaphorically speaking.
And now they kind of got to run.
does not
GPK, he's going to body block Mellis.
Oh no. The cookie. Melez, he's trying to get back to his teammates. I don't think he can. Keeping him separated. Let's go. He's going to get the arena down. They got the arena, the kisses. Oh, they're going to lose. Save's getting low. Save. Oh, he's going to go down. They got the kill, Puckchamp, as they take down Save. Maybe they can get more out of this as well. They do. They get Kingslayer.
Looks like it's 12
But I think that might be it, as the rest of the 3 cores are here.
Oh, okay. Now it's time to run. Cut your losses here. Get out. They're not going to get to get out. They're not going to get to get out. All right, so that's it. Official. VP looking for 2 new supports. They have died this game. 16-2. But 2 kills on the board here for Puckchamp. 2 kills.
And they got the
Could be the beginning.
DM's courier with his plate mail. So, you know, we'll take that as a big win. And I think they got another courier before the fight started too, right?
Tower is under attack.
Some slight hopes of gold at least. And at least they got some kills. You know, it's not a shutout.
No, this could be the morale boost that Puckchamp needed.
Oh my god.
That wasn't though. Krillin just comboed completely by GPK. They're trying to get him. And they bring him down. Come to the trees, but the backup's there. Kingslayer's with a false promise. That's going to be desperate down as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The show continues. The show continues for VP. Back to business.
To the announcer. He just says Onage, and that's really what it is. VP is steamrolling, and GPK having a beautiful game, 9-0-3. And the fairy trinket, you know, I didn't really talk about it because of how disastrous the whole game has been. But actually the best item for Tiny. I did not think he'd be able to one-shot the Ursa, but he can because of that. Oh boy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They can't get any of these calls in return. A save from Kingslayer, always there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now, the question: Will we see anyone on VP's lineup die to a stack of mines? Do you think, is Astral going to be able to set up anywhere on the map that maybe catches VP by surprise?
War has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
He's just farming them. Oh, yep. Get techies there. DM feeling extremely invulnerable. We thought perhaps there was a chance that he might be a little bit more human-like this game, but nope, still unkillable. Scan. They see them all rotating through the ward. They get the successful scan too.
Tower is under attack.
Some easy gold here for Nightfall. +10, +10, +10.
Easy money for everyone on VP. They literally can do anything they want. Throw out the usual game plan book. They can just literally run around, follow their wards. Anybody they see, they can try to kill them if they'd like. And Puckchamp just has very little things that they can do. They don't have a 4 position on.
But imagine if Puckchamp make a comeback in this game. Imagine, just imagine.
Like cordwood before axe is axe. Dire's top tower is under attacks.
Oh, Slack. I'm gonna link this to Slack.
Link to Slack.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's tier 2 down on the top lane. Still just 16 minutes in.
Sharpening.
It would be forgiven if they... Oh, what we got?
Krylot actually has okay timing on his battle.
He has.
Too, is the thing.
He's keeping up a little bit. You know, he's not too far behind DM, at least.
It's just what
Radiant's
can he do?
bottom tower is under attack.
0-3. Like he's just died every time he's been spotted by this enormous Tiny. And look at this.
Is under attack.
The next step.
Radiant's bottom tower has been laid low.
They go for a steal. Where's the storm? Get him over here.
That is for
in this too. There are sentries.
Get desperate over it. I'm desperate. He's not coming over. He's not coming over.
On the lion. I can't do it. Like, he's just gonna get hexed. Save's actually setting up.
The kisses are coming in.
Save. He might blow up.
All right. There you go. The mine doing the job. Roshan will continue to fall there. There won't be any temptation for Puckchamp, but another kill for Puckchamp. Another kill for Puckchamp. Another death for save. So at least for Kingslayer, he can now feel superior, holding on to his 1 death compared to the 2 that Save now has.
Very true. His position is safe in the team, and Puckchamp, they find a Philly Stone. So they're at least going to get some gold.
If they can stall, maybe. But Ursa gets 6 hours techies. Now, these are the kind of games that techies, he can break you down. Imagine VP. However, if they lose people to high ground mines.
Owen.
Yeah, what we got?
You know, VP, a very sensible team. Kingslayer, he's like, I don't really need my gold anymore. He buys a gem. So,
all right, that's an early.
He now needs to get a 4-staff play. He needs to get that gem. He needs to somehow get the gem so that they can hold the high ground indefinitely. But I don't think VP's gonna give him that chance.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Look at them all smiling.
Enjoying their techies game.
Middle tower is under attack.
As rough as it may be. 19-3. They're getting a tier 2 trade out of this, though, potentially. Oh, actually, yeah, VP's going to come back and defend.
GPK's got a haste and an echo
Dyer's
save.
middle tower was worth a
So he's
damn,
got the
it would
higher
still be
avalanche damage on
standing.
top too. So almost, I mean, most of these heroes are still burstable. I think just the Mars really will be the one that survives the combo. GPK's ready.
Let's jump in.
Dyer's middle tower is not what it used to be.
All right, he was minding his own business, blinking under the tower, and then suddenly,
much like Cordwood,
bit of a surprise there for him.
Dyer's top
I think
tower.
Melis is able to walk out, but the Ursa definitely very, very dead.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
In the mind spot. Saves like, I died there, guys. Don't do the same as me.
Nice, yeah, there's a lot down there.
Are you
Dude, that
ready
damage,
to
like,
rumble?
I mean, it isn't such an over-leveled and over-tiny, but then he just one-shots the Ursa because he's got the avalanche.
Dyer's
bonus.
middle
Level
tower
15
is not
talent,
what it used
plus
to
Echo
be.
Saber.
That is
That's
for
enough burst.
certain.
Now, how's the high ground? Have we got any mines in
Dyer's
the
middle
base?
tower is under
Some
attack.
sort of setup up here. So VP, yeah, they're going to be able to walk up to the high ground and start hitting on some of these.
Radiant's bottom
tier 3
tower
towers.
is under attack. Much like Cordwood before Axe's axe.
He's even got the nether shot just in case.
Yeah.
He's under
That's an initial
attack.
item. He's got all this magic resist versus the support techies.
Here we go.
3.
They're going to smoke up.
Dyer's top barracks are
Can they
under
make a jump?
attack. Time to
Melis
channel
also doesn't have
the
late. How does he make a jump? He has to walk in.
How do you get the courier?
Access
Get the courier.
for Radiant's courier. Dyer's top barracks are
He's ready to go in, but stays ready for it. Jumps over with the axe. That's going to be Melis gone. He tries to bring down Kingslayer. Kingslayer immediately flying back, turning over towards the Timber Store. And that's going to be another one down. They've killed the 2 supports, and they've kept everyone else over the Melis alive. Look, is he able to get up to the high ground in time? Oh, he's not. The root's out there. Nightfall able to catch him.
They got the supports again.
They did.
Are you ready to rumble? Dyer's top barracks are under
Rex,
attack.
they're completely gone.
Dyer's top barracks.
No, but it was the mid VP's not done. They're continuing to push it.
Middle tower is under attack.
It's time to end the game. They don't want to waste any time here. They want to get back to just playing some pubs.
See that one more fight potentially. Oh, he's going to pull himself in. He's still got a bit of mana left though. He's playing fully aggressive onto Kingslayer, and he's away up on the high ground. But they've lost the Carlis. Desperate's now out of mana. He will go down. Double kill for Nightfall. They've got buybacks, and they're going to use them. See if they can catch here. They're going to go for the big zip straight away. Looking to get into the backlines, but the Hex to the finger comes out. Ult to Desperate. That's a dieback on the Storm. Melis celebrating being surrounded here by VP as Melis goes down. They fall one by one. It's 4 dead, soon to be 5, and they'll call it. GG is called. VP on this game too. Wasn't really much of a game at all. Puckchamp, they try and have a bit of fun with the techies, but you know, VP's not gonna let anything happen with that, as the techies doesn't really get to do much at all this game, Fog, despite being one of the later picks in the draft.
Nope. And GPK styling.
Yep.
Solo killing the mid.
There was a thing in the woods. But once a year, it left the woods to feast on us. Then one year, out of the woods came nothing.